There we go. There we go. Okay. Welcome, welcome. We're trying something new out today. Let me just make sure everything is working here. Should be all right. Should be all right. Do. Yep. All right. It's working. We're live. Trying out something new today. Streaming to you from a different format entirely. Ideally, we get Dr. K going live with us later today. So let me just reply to my own message in the Discord server. Kenna Kelk will be joining us this evening. Let's tune in and make it a good one. Nice. All right. Per usual, folks, the way we like to do things around here is we like to award everybody and anybody who joins us over in chat on X. So make sure you're signed up for Kipper Money. QR code is up above. And like the ticker says, couldn't join us in the chat on X, and we'll get you hooked up with some Quai just for doing so. What up, Curie? QM? Thanks for joining the chat. Let me actually pull up a window here so you guys can see what the heck I'm actually doing. Let's see. Let's go. Let's do this. Hopefully this works. Share screen. Let's do a window. Let's do a window. We'll do this window. Boom. Rock and roll. All right. So we got the screen up. Can I actually like resize this? Can I move this around? Let's see here. I can maximize. I can customize. Can I make it bigger? I don't think I can make it bigger. What about this one? Nope. What happens when I do this? What about this? Oh, that's not bad. That's not terrible. What about this? There we go. All right. We'll work with this. Looks like my video is lagging a little bit though. That's unfortunate. Hopefully the audio is coming through all right. But today, guys, we got a lot going on today. We're gonna quickly dive into updating some docs, getting ready for the latest release of Stratum. So we'll work on that. Hopefully, you guys can follow along and see at least a little bit of what I'm sharing here. Maybe we do this. That's better. We'll roll with that. I don't like my video though. I don't like my video. Anyways, we got a lot of folks joining in chat, so let's make sure we get y'all your Quai just for joining in. Guys, read the ticker down below. Make sure you sign up for Kipper Money and come hang out with us on X, and we'll get you hooked up with some Quai. I got Curie on the hook here. I think he was the first one in chat. Welcome, Curie. So yeah, boom. Guys, big news just dropped. Kraken is officially letting the world know that they are working on this integration. I'll admit, we knew for some time, but I warned you guys. I warned you guys every single time I go public. I say Kraken soon. So, um, if you needed it from the horse's mouth, here it is. TBD on actual go live date, but stay tuned for all of that. We also got Dan.Quiet in the house. What up, guys? What up, guys? I really like this view because I get to see and the viewers get to see your guys' PFPs. That's super cool. I just, don't have a lot of customization options for like this actual view, but we're doing this today. So Dr. K can join us later this afternoon / evening. TBD on that. We'll keep you posted. Yeah. Guys, rebroadcast this. This is big news. Kraken is officially told the world they are working on the integration. So We've been talking about this for quite some time. Definitely expect more updates this week. And guys, February is huge. It's going to be a huge month. Yeah, okay, thanks, Christopher. Christopher says I got to mirror my video. Let's see if I can fix this. Video. Oh, it's already mirrored. I have to unmirror it. There we go. Hopefully that helps. But we do these spaces for you guys, so chat is front and center on this view today. So again, appreciate all you for tuning in. We need to do some work. I actually have some doc updates I need to get done, so we'll work through that. We'll pick up where we left off on the multi-sig application here, and then I am ready and prepared to fire up ClaudeBot and see what this is all about. But for everybody who's out there in the live stream verse, I guess, feel free to join chat and say hi, and we'll get you hooked up with some Kwai. There's a lot of new folks joining the ecosystem these days, so if anybody has any questions, I'll try to keep my eye on it and keep you guys in the loop on everything I know, what my thoughts are across the entire ecosystem. A lot of interesting things happening. What up, Kishore? Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. Get you hooked up. Man, love seeing the ambassadors and ambassadors and moderators joining the chat these days. You guys absolutely rule. You've been around longer than I have, and y'all are killing it. So it's an honor to have you guys in the chat today. Nice. All right. Hook that up. Yeah, we need to make some changes to docs. So we'll dive into that real quick. There are some new capabilities coming to Stratum X. So down here in the miner configuration, we need to update this with some additional fields here. Your ability to set a lock reward is coming. So if you want to lock up your rewards for additional yield in the future, that is totally possible. So we need to get these docs updated. So let's see here. We'll start with that. What do I like to use for this? I like, you know what? Screw it. We'll fire up Claude. Good afternoon, BHA.cpn. What does that mean, man? Tell me what is BHA.cpn? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm confused. Now, glad to have you. Welcome to the chat. We'll get y'all hooked up with some tips. Guys, you gotta drain me of my Kipper wallet. I'm gonna have to go track down some more fucking Kwai. Pardon my language, but we're tipping like madmen over here. Tipping like madmen. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to go track down some more Kwai. Hook you guys up. Yeah, the Kwai watermark does cover up chat. Let me get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Bye bye. See you later. My first 3 names. Oh, okay, got it. Dang, you got 3 names. That's what's up. That's what's up. Holy cow, Christopher. You're on fire right now, man. And CPA is my last name shortened. All right. Got it. Well, if you have a nickname, let me know what it is. So I can say that instead of BHA CPN. That would be handy. All right. We need to open up the docs here. I think it's here. Yeah, let's open this up. All right, we'll share. How do I share a different window? Let's share a different window. Let's share this one. Boom. All right. And that view. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. We'll have to, let's try this. No. No. Yeah, we'll go with this. That's probably the best we got. Yeah, we gotta update some docs, guys. So yeah, this is gonna be a challenge. I need, like, if I could share it more than one window, that would be great. Let's do another screen share. Ooh, can I do 2 screen shares? Let's try that. No, I can't do 2 screen shares. Bishop. Okay, got it. What up, Bishop? Welcome to the chat. All right. Yeah, so these are the docs we have to update, right? We need to add a new parameter so miners can set their preferred lock. And then there is an update to the reward a lockup period that we need to roll into here too. So I think we actually need a whole new table. Yeah, we need a whole new table. So we'll work on this here in a second. What up, Matt? Oh, man, you guys are going to prevent me from actually getting work done. Welcome to the chat, everybody. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you here. No worries about... Why am I typing that? No worries about it. We'll get it done. Boom, boom, boom. So it begins. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Yes, Kraken is coming. Oh, dang, the chat is fire right now. You guys rule. Okay, hold on. Hang on. I'm going to have to put a pin in this for a second. Let's get Quai Squad hooked up and Jim Wahlberg. Welcome to the chat, guys. Yeah, a little bit of Kraken Alpha. You know, we warned you, we teased you, we said it was coming, but you know, you're getting it from the horse's mouth today, guys. That's for sure. Jim Wahlberg, where you at, Jim? Jim. Oh my gosh, why can I never find your handle? Oh, 2 L's. My bad. My bad. Yep. The quiet tips are flowing. There you go, Jim. You're already prepared. You're prepared to receive the tip. I like it. Every time I visit your profile, man, I'm like, Jim, where's your tweet? You prepared this time. Nice. All right, guys, let's get to work. We got to update some docs. Oh, you stopped paying for premium, so you don't care to tweet anymore. I get it. To buy Quai, that's a good move. That's a good move. I like that one. Definitely a good move there. Okay, we got to update some docs. Let me focus on this for a second here. We need to work on what is the solo mining? It's the solo mining guide. There it is. Boom. Solo mining. Okay. So we need to find the miner configuration section. So miner configuration. Here it is. We need to adjust this. This is no longer the dot separator. Where does it say that? Where does it say that? Yeah, no, they're comma separated, not dot. So let's make that sure that's a comma. Make sure this is a comma. And we need to add another parameter here. Lock equals lock period. Okay. Set lock period preference. Okay. Cool. So actually, we're gonna save this and we're gonna run this in dev. Make sure we're seeing our changes go in appropriately. Noah, you demo your website. What do you mean, Keisha? Are you talking to Noah or are you talking to me? What's going on there? Oh man, you know what we actually need? We actually need tunes. So let's play some of these.
Yeah. Quiet on my mind. Chain split like a hydra. Decentralized moves, no king, no messiah. Block stack, heavy bricks laid in a spiral. Energy flow eternal, ain't no need for survival. Killing all the middlemen, vultures in the nest. Smart contracts, sharper than a Buddha vest. Off grid cash, no wise, no stress. Power to the people, quite a network. Money on fire, decentralized empire, taking it higher. No banks, no lies, no puppets, no wires. Quite a network. Money on fire, plug to the block. No required. Fuel to the hustle.
Oh, Jim Wahlberg is Noah? Did I just totally miss that? I probably totally missed that. Miner.theokos.com. Okay. I'm following now. I'm following now. Miner configuration. All right. Okay. We'll share this screen now. I love the freaking chat view in this, but I really don't like how I can't share multiple windows. This is kind of frustrating. Let's replace screen sharing with this one. Boom. Okay, guys. So we're updating this. First of all, welcome to the chat, Sue Blackjack. SU Blackjack? Is that like SU is in Switch user Blackjack? What are we building? We're building a lot over here. First of all, welcome to chat. We gotta hook you up with some Kwai just for joining. Welcome. Make sure you have Kipper money. Definitely need Kipper money in order to get it. Interesting profile. And you need a tweet. I can't tip a retweet. You won't get it. Oh, here we go. Stop dumping noobs. All right, we can tip that. There you go, man. There's 5 Kwai waiting for you over at Kipper Money. If you need a link to sign up, here it is. I'll hook you up with it there. Why is this? Oh, share this tab instead. Dang. Okay, well, anyways, we just sent you some Kwai over on Kipper Money. So go check that out. Thanks for joining the chat. Welcome. What are we building? We're building a lot over here. We were working on a multi-sig the last couple days, so that's coming along. We'll be continuing that later today and firing up a ClaudeBot. But right now, we got to update some documentation. There's been some new updates recently in the QuiNode software and StrataMax preparing for miner lock preference, which is an OG feature coming back to StrataMax. So that's super cool. Meanwhile, we're also going to check on something that Jim Wahlberg here, or Noah, as he's otherwise known as, was it miner.theokos.com? Yeah, here we go. Oh, shoot. Share this tab. There we go. All right. Right on. What am I looking at? Jim? Noah? Whatever you want to be called? Track mining rewards flowing to exchanges. Oh, interesting. Miner deposits to exchanges. Oh, this is super interesting. Yeah, miners sell, guys. Right? Like, whoever tells you miners don't sell, I don't think they know what the heck they're talking about. This is interesting. That being said, that's why we created Project Soap. Let's check in on that real quick, shall we? Christopher is Noah. Guys, this is absolutely insane. Since December 17th, over 1.1, almost 1.2 million in total revenue. Our average revenue over the last 24 hours is looking nice, upwards of 53,000. Almost 18 million Kwai burned. Insane. So for those of you new to Kwai Network, I'll just make it super simple for you. Kwai Network is merge mined with Ravencoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, and Bitcoin Cash. That means we support 3 protocols, and we merge mine with these subsidy chains, and then we use the rewards from those chains to buy quiet market and then burn it. It's that simple, generating real revenue, real sustainable revenue, a real economic flywheel for an L1. The game is hash rate, as Dr. K likes to say. So we got a lot going on over here. We got to make sure these doc updates are submitted to the engineers for review. So we got to set this, update this. Let's add another example here. Let's do D equals 500, and let's say lock equals 3, difficulty 500, lock rewards for 12 months. I think that's the number. Save that. We'll wait for this to update. Come on. Do I need a refresh? Should be automatic. I don't know what's going on here. Did you literally say 6-7? Noah, what is your deal, man? Okay, all right, we got that number in. That looks good. We need to update the table, and actually, we really need to link to it. To be honest here, reward lockup period. The Quiet Protocol immediately pays out block rewards as blocks are mined but are subject to a lockup period. Quiet block rewards are sent to the Coinbase of the miner after the lockup period has elapsed. Chi block reward tokens are sent to the Coinbase of the miner and register as balance but are deemed not spendable until they are unlocked. The lockup period is configurable. Miners using the node.coinbase lockup flag the lockup period is configurable by miners using that flag. The protocol provides additional incentives for miners to lock up their block rewards for a longer period of time. The available values for node.coinbase.lockup and their corresponding period and reward boosts are. So this is, the reward boost is inaccurate, effectively at this point. So let me find the right document over here. I think it's node and then corresponding. Yeah, we got to change this table. So what did Shakara provide us here? Let's dig this back up. Oh, I think I just had it. Value period days, lock byte, value. Okay. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. So really, yeesh, we need to adjust this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have Claude do this for me. Come on. Open. Oh, Claude's already open. I think it's already open. Is that Claude? No, that's not Claude. It's something else. All right. Check. Are we logged in? Due to tool use concurrency issues. Come on. How do I? Where's Claude's setting here? This might. Here, let's. You know what? I'm in a love-hate relationship with this stream right now. It's so much easier to just use OBS, but it's harder for other people to join the stream. All right. So you can see what's going on. We need to adjust this reward boost. This is actually not accurate. And account and usage. Due to tool use concurrency issues. Let's open a new chat. An option K to chat. Okay. We need to update the lockup table in this file to removing the boost column and adding the columns for each year in the following table. Let's see if this actually works. I think we're having issues here. There we go. Let's see if I can actually do it. Oh, and you guys aren't even seeing it, even though I was sharing it. What is going on here? Window. Okay. It says I'm sharing it. Stop screen sharing. Start screen sharing. There we go. All right. Sorry, guys. I might, yeah. I don't want to end this stream, but I might get mad at it. All right, done. We've updated the table at Node MDX with the new format showing year by year reward percentages instead of the single boost column. Okay, so we also need to add a note. So we also need to add the note. Oops, that didn't work. That didn't work. Copy, paste. Add the note. Add a note saying the reward goes down linearly between these points as well. Ultimately, the reward percentage is determined at the time of lockup compared to launch date. Yeah, let's just say that. Okay. All right, cool. Now let's stop sharing because that broke things and share this window instead. And here it is. Okay, so we got the table updated. Cool. 0, 1, 2, 3. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. We deleted a column. What did we delete? Oh man. I am getting really frustrated with this screen sharing system. Anyways, let's see here. Unfortunately, you deleted columns that indicate the timeline, the lock period in blocks, and days. Let's add those columns back. And now I'm going to have to double check this against what's currently documented. So let's go to docs and sheesh, just sheesh. All right, guides, run a node, environment variables. Okay, 241,920. 1,555,200, 3,110,400, 6,220,800, 2 weeks, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Boom. All right. That is looking good. Let's go back over here. Am I sharing that? Yep. All right. We got that locked in there. Cool. So okay. 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 All right. Now, this was not supposed to take this long. Minor configuration. Lock period. Yeah, okay. Run a node, environment variables. Yeah, all right. All right, let's make sure the other languages are updated now, shall we? Let's replace screen sharing with this one. Hopefully this doesn't break. There we go. All right, let's also update the related documents for the CN, KO, and JP language files, respectively. And yep, found it. Okay. So in CN guides node, we're gonna look for this bad boy. Where's the old table format? Did you update this yet? Oh, it looks like it just updated it. Here's troubleshooting. Here it is. So that's Chinese. Let's check Japanese. Down here. There it is. Nice. Now Korean. Boom. There it is, looking good. Cool. Now we just need language updates for the solo mining guide, and we're done with this task. Let's go guides, client, solo mining. All right, we've made some additional changes to the solo mining guide to account for the lockup variable passed into the password argument and switched and updated the separator to a comma instead of a period. Please review to understand all changes and update CN, KO, and JP language pages accordingly. Boom, boom. It's that easy, folks. Shout out Dan, who's joining us on this Claude journey. Definitely test everything, guys. Test everything. Make sure it's actually doing what you expect it to. Do not fully trust. But it is actually really impressive. So, as a tester, I will say it does a really good freaking job. All right, let's look for nice password. Yeah. Oh, we passed it right here. Cool beans. Cool beans. All right, guys. I think that's it. Let's get add doc, get commit, mega m, docs updates for lock bytes. Let's push this bad boy. And we'll check in over on GitHub. Polytech, Quidocs. Excuse me. Replace Quidocs. 2 commits ahead and 2 commits behind. Let's discard these commits. All right, now we're up to date. Push. Oh, I did this backwards. Gosh darn it. Stand by, folks. Let's see. // docs 2. Quidocs 2. Git clone. HTTPS. GitHub.com. Let's do SSH. Git at GitHub.com. Quidocs. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now let's Quidocs and copy CN guides node. Oh, no. Wait, what the heck did I just do? Yeah. Copy CN guides client node node.mdx. All right, we're gonna have to copy everything over forward slash Quadox2 CN Quadox CN guides client CN guides client solo mining Quadox2 Quadox CN guides client. Boom. Now we copy KO guides client node.mdx Quadox2 Quadox KO. Here, so you guys can follow along and see how dumb this is. Oh man. KO guides client. Yeah. KO guides client solo mining Quadox2 Quadox KO guides client. Oh. Copy Japanese guides client node.mdx Quadox2 Quadox JP guides client JP guides client solo mining Quadox2 JP guides client. Boom. Copy guides client node.mdx Quadox2 Quadox guides client. Copy guides client solo mining Quadox2 Quai guides client. Boom. All right. Now let's push this to Quadox git add dot git commit m updating docs for Lockbite changes git push. There we go. All right. Back to GitHub, folks. Back to GitHub. I wish I could just share my entire screen, but I am working on like a 50-inch widescreen right now. So apologies for that. That would be so much easier if I could just share my 50-inch widescreen. But you don't have a 50-inch widescreen. I don't know, maybe you do. But you're probably not watching this video across all 50 inches. So let's refresh this. One commit ahead. All right, let us submit a pull request. Updated table and solo mining guide on node guide and solo mining guide for new flag. Changes made across all languages. Boom, PR is in. Task 1 complete. Let's share that with Shakara. All right, on to the next thing, guys. What do we got cooking next? What do we got cooking next? Let's see here. Let's pivot briefly. What up, Energy? Release the Kraken. 100%, 100%. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. Oh man, spam calls. Let's man. You know what? I tell you what, guys, I'm never going to stream this way ever again. This is just like way too challenging in order to like show you guys everything that I got going on over here. This is probably good for anybody who's like streaming on mobile or what have you, but this is not working for me right now. But we'll deal with it. We'll work with it today. Maybe we learned something. Who knows? Anywho, welcome Energy. Glad you're in the chat. Love this video here. This is a good one. We'll definitely tip you some Kwai for hooking that up. I need to re-up my Kipper wallet here. Let me check my Blip wallet. Let's see if we got some leftover Kwai from some of these events, so we can. Oh yeah, we got a good amount. Okay, let's do this. Let me find my work wallet here. I'll show you guys how easy this is. Do 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 do. Come on. Come on, Pelagus. I know, I got a lot going on. All right, so let's go over to, that's not what I wanted. Let's go to Kipper. Let's paste this in here. For my personal reference. All right. Let's see if we can top up this wallet here, so we can keep the Kipper tips flowing, as Kiri was saying. Got to keep the tips flowing, guys. Gotta keep them flowing. Let's see here. Kipper marketing. Did that work? Let's try just that. There we go. Copy text. Let's pay. Paste. We'll go with that. Continue. Confirm send. Sending via Blip. Boom. All right. Let's see if we got it. There it is. All right, let's go on over to Kipper. Let's top off my Kipper wallet. All right, let's deposit. Should be the right amount. There we go. Got a signed transaction. Come on, baby. Boom. All right. We are locked and loaded. Ready for more tipping. So, guys, check the ticker down below. Join us over on X in chat and say what's up, and we'll get you hooked up with some Kwai. That's how we do it over here. All right, we are pivoting. We are switching up the gears here. I need to fire up. Let's see here. I need to fire up our multi-sig. So we'll check on the multi-sig, and then actually I'm gonna get Claudbot up and running. So we're gonna dive into that. Check that out. Supposedly that thing's like super cool. Honestly, like my own personal AI agent was something that I wanted a long time ago. Anybody remember Watson? Does anybody remember Watson? Yeah. Watson. Who remembers Watson? Nobody remembers Watson. Watson was, oh man, it was IBM's AI chatbot from shit, man, probably a decade ago now at this point. Like, what is it, 2026? So 2016 was when Watson came out, but when Watson came out, maybe it was 2016. When did IBM release Watson? 2016. Ow, I nailed it, man. Look at that. IBM unveiled the Watson computer system in 2004, though its development as a cognitive computer continued for several years until it gained fame for winning Jeopardy in 2011. In 2014, IBM launched the IBM Watson Group. Okay, so around this time, so it's been a while, but like way back when. Um, yeah, I remember 2000, maybe it was 2011, sometime around this time period, 2013, 2014, 2015. I was like, oh, Watson's fucking cool. I need to check out Watson, and I tried to build my own personal AI agent for my home, using Watson. But you know, clearly that did not work out. So excited to try out Claudebot. But what we're going to do, is I actually have everybody's also like, oh, you got to run it on a, Apple Mac Mini. That's what, they say you got to run this thing on, and they have the M4 chip or whatever, which is like super high speed, like bomb ass chip, and these things only cost like $500. But what I actually have is like a real professional workstation. But on top of that, I also have an Intel NUC, and I forget how much this thing cost back in the day, but we're gonna compare stats here. I gotta get this NUC out. I think this NUC should be able to run this thing no problem. People are saying that they're running it on like Raspberry Pis and shit like that, so we'll find out. But let me dig this thing out. And people are also supposedly like creating like whole little distributed computing setups. So maybe I can run Claude across multiple devices over here. But I have an Intel NUC. It's got some horsepower. I don't know if it has as much as the Mac Mini, but we'll find out. I mean, that, and like I'm also going to be able to run Linux on this thing, which is way cooler than Mac OS. But here, we'll switch the cameras around for a second. Actually, no. So this thing, what do I got here? We gotta look up what I got. I got model NUC 6i7KYK. What is this? NUC 6i7KYK. So it's got an i7. Here we go. We got product specs here. So it's got an i7 with a 6 meg cache up to 3.5 gigahertz. It's got potentially 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, it's got, an M2 SSD. So this thing's a beast. This thing's got 256 gigs, 10 core GPU. Yeah, so this thing, what GPU does this thing have? Let's find out. What kind of GPU does I want to say it's got an NVIDIA in it, but I'm not sure. We'll find out. We'll find out real quick. We'll boot this thing up. It's got an HDMI port. I got plenty of power over here, so we'll get this thing humming here in a second and find out what it's all about. Plug it into a monitor and keyboard. Probably fire up Linux on it, connect via SSH session, and interrogate the shit out of it. What do you guys say? Huh? What do you say? Energy says, I know Watson from Sherlock Holmes, right? Yeah. Now, Watson was their AI, man. They built an AI to understand natural human language. Obviously they took a different approach than OpenAI. But back in like 2000, back in the early 2000s, man, it won Jeopardy, which is like insane. So I think IBM built the computer that won chess. They built the computer that won Go. Oh man, this is not gonna work. I'm gonna have to drop this the other direction here. Let's see. Hopefully this drops back behind here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Smooth moves. Smooth moves. All right. Plug it into power. I don't even know what's on this thing, guys. I don't know if it still has Windows on it, Ubuntu, Gentoo. I don't even know what's on this thing. We'll have to find out. And let's plug it in. Let's go. Let's go. Satellite radio. All right, boom. The NUC has power. Let's get it hooked up. Oh man, it's already turning on. Look at that. Let's get it hooked up to the monitor over here. And what's next? Keyboard? Mouse? Yeah. What do we want? We want port 2. We'll do port 2. Plug it in the back here. There we go. Port 2. Does this thing even work? Are we live? It's on. There's a little fan in it. Humming. Let's power cycle this thing. See what happens. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This thing's cool too, guys. It looks way cooler than a freaking Mac Mini. Let's go back to this thing has like a skull on top of it. Let's just search this. Yeah, baby. That's what it looks like. Looks way cooler than a Mac Mini. All right. Oh, it looks like it does have Gentoo installed on it. Maybe. The mouse is working. Oh, it's got FreeBSD on it. What the heck was I thinking? Putting freaking FreeBSD on a NUC? Oh, I remember what I was doing. Yeah, I wanted this thing to be a router, but it honestly didn't even have enough horsepower on the network port was. I wanted a 10 gig network port. That's what I really wanted. All right, so we're gonna reboot this thing. What should I do, guys? What should I do? Should I put Windows on it? Probably not. Should I do Ubuntu? Should I do Gentoo? You know, like honestly, I feel like I need to do Gentoo. Just kind of like expose you guys to the elitist operating system that's ever existed. Let's see. Let's see if I can boot into this thing here. Once I get it booted up. Oh, we also need network. Oh man, I totally forgot about that. How did I forget about network? Okay. Bear with me, folks. You probably can't see this. Screw it. I'll go full screen so you can laugh at me. Stop sharing. All right. You guys, hopefully I don't kill myself over here. Do I have any network port? I should have a cable handy. Oh, I definitely have a cable handy. Let's go with... Well, let's see here. I have some free ports there. I have some free ports there. Should I run a net new cable? Or use an older one? Let's run a net new cable. That's what we'll do. Yep. There we go. There's a network cable just sitting right in front of me. All right. Is that network? Yeah, that's network. What's this? Cat 5, Cat 6, Cat 27, Cat 69. Cat 6. Good enough. Good enough. Oh, man. I'm going to have to use this super unsteady chair. You guys might see me crash out hard. Tip this whole freaking rack over. All right. How should I run this thing? Definitely want to plug in here. Come on. Yeah. All right, got that plugged in. Let's go over the top. Ah, whoa. Oh, I almost died just there. God damn. All right. And boom. Now we got network. All right, let's power this thing on and try to boot into Gen 2. What is it? What is the BSD? Oh, F10, F10, F10. Oh, it totally skipped. All right, let's try that again. Come on. F10, F10, F10. There we go. All right. Select boot device. UEFI. Let's try this. Yes. Nice. Booting up Gen 2. Default keyboard layout. Copying read write image to tempfs. All right. Do I have internet? Bing google.com. Temporary failure in name resolution. I'd probably have to through. Yes, my network is wired. Dmessage grep -I. All right, we have a J Micron JMC2XX Ethernet driver and an E. Ooh, we got gigabyte Ethernet on this thing. I have config -. Do we see? Oh, Eno1. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got internet. Ping google.com. Nice. We have internet. All right, so let me set a password for. Okay, I can't. I can't use that password. Let's try dude 1234 $sign. Dude 1234 $sign. Dude 1234 $sign. Dude 1234 $sign. All right, cool. Now we start SSH and all right. We're up, guys. We're rocking and rolling. Let's bring up a terminal and we'll start installing Gentoo. And then while that's humming, we'll keep grinding on everything else we got going over here at Quiet Network. Keep building out that multi-sig and all of the above. But maybe, just maybe, this might be fun for you guys. Let's try this at, what was it, 134? Yes. Boom, we're in. All right. Let's share this screen, shall we? Share screen. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, so we're going to install Gentoo over here, guys. We are actually, so we booted up Gentoo on a live CD. It's got an internet connection. There's a, this is kind of like a manual process, but there's going to be periods where we have to wait for things like the kernel to compile and whatnot. So while we do that, we are going to be continuing our efforts on the multisig implementation we've been working on over the last few streams. For those of you just tuning in, make sure you are signed up over at Kipper Money and come join us in chat. More than willing to continue to hand out free quad to anybody who joins us over in chat. We just got topped up on our Kipper wallet here. So let's see what's going on in the cryptoverse. Guys, super excited for this announcement that just dropped too. It's always good for the community when they hear it straight from the horse's mouth, right? Kraken integration with Quiet Network is underway. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, so Gentoo, guys. You know what? I'm gonna try and take you guys along for this journey. Let's go here. All right. This is my preferred Linux distribution of choice. There's a lot of reasons why I prefer Gentoo, but it is not everybody's cup of tea. It is definitely not the easiest to install, right? I'll just say that the philosophy behind Gentoo. Let's just how do I where do I even begin? I always just go straight to the handbook. Screw it. We're just going to go straight to the handbook. The Gentoo handbook is an effort to centralize essential documentation for initial Gentoo installation and basic system administration. The handbook contains installation instructions for an internet-based install and additional chapters for working with Gentoo's native software, such as the OpenRC init system and the Portage package manager. Gentoo Linux is available for many architectures. Yeah. All right. So again, you better know what the heck you're doing if you go on this journey. But if you don't, it's a great way to learn. It's not the probably best. It's not the best experience for newbies to getting introduced to Linux. Um, but we'll just dive in here. I've done this 100 million times, and you guys can follow along. And along the way, you might figure out why this is my preferred system. So ultimately, Gentoo, just like any other Linux distro, is a free operating system that can be automatically optimized and customized for just about any application. We're going to be doing it for CloudBot. So CloudBot and Gentoo. I'm usually the first one to launch any of these things on Gentoo. Um, Gentoo's premier tools are built from simple programming language. Portage is Gentoo's package maintenance system written in Python. E-builds, which provide package definitions for Portage, are written in Bash. Our users are encouraged to review, modify, enhance the source code. Lada, lada, lada. For above reasons and others, openness is built in as a design principle. Choice is another Gentoo design principle. When installing Gentoo, choices made clear throughout the handbook. System administrators can choose to fully support init systems, partition structure, yada, yada, yada. So basically, this operating system is for power users at the end of the day. We are going to dive right in to choosing the installation media. We've already configured the network. We are SSH'd into the machine. We need to begin with preparing the disks. We need to prepare the storage to receive the Gentoo file system. So let's cut back over to here. Yeah, we want to replace it with this. Boom, boom, boom. All right, I'm gonna zoom in one more time so you guys can hopefully read that a little bit better. And let's hide this. We don't need that. All right, so these are the disks. We have a CD-ROM mounted on Mount CD-ROM for some reason. That is 4 gigs. We have 256 gigabyte SSD installed on this NUC. So SDA is going to be our disk that we install Gentoo on. There's a couple different ways of formatting and designing your partition system. We're going to roll with defaults from the handbook. Why is this screen keep blanking out? Why does it do that? Let's do this. Probably because I'm doing this. All right, so we need to partition the disks with a general partition table for unified booting, UEFI. I don't even know what that stands for anymore, but we're going to do EFI, UEFI mode, not the legacy master boot record or legacy DOS disk labels. So you can view the current partition layout using fdisk and hit print. We can also see it up here using lsblk or list block. It shows you all your blocks. Oh, dang it. So you can see those right here. This drive in total is a 256 gigabit drive. So what we're going to do is we're going to format this. We're going to reformat the whole thing. Dev SDA print. We're going to do G to create a new disk label. We're going to delete. Oh, no, we created a new disk label. So no partitions need to be deleted. You can see here we have a new disk identifier. We need to create the EFI system partition. So let's do a new partition. Partition number is 1, first sector, Yep. First sector is 2048. Last sector, we're going to do plus 1 gigabyte. And this is going to be our boot partition or our EFI partition, if you will. I usually use boot instead of /EFI, but that's just me. And then type, we can type L to list all, or 1 to change the partition type to Linux file system to EFI system. And then we need to create a new partition. Number 2, this one is going to be, I think this one is swap. Yeah, we got to create the swap partition. So first sector is then we're going to add, oh, you know what I don't know? I don't know. Let's do 4 gigs for now. I don't know how much memory this NUC actually has, but anyways, set the partition type of partition 2 as 19 for swap. And then we'll create the root partition next. So new default 3 and all the way to the end. Cool. And then we'll do type on 3, so it's 23 to Linux root. And now you can print and see we have 3 partitions, 1 gig for boot, 4 gigs for swap, and about 250 gigs for Linux root. And then when we're done with this, we can just hit W to write the partitions. Okay, this system's got 8 gigs of RAM. So about half as much RAM as a Mac Mini. Interesting. Okay. Anywho, let's move right along here. So once we're done with this, we can create the file systems. Rock and roll. All right, so this is pretty easy. We want, we'll do BTRFS for dev SDA 3. Done. We'll do vfat 32 for our boot partition here, and make swap on our swap partition. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, now we can turn swap on actually. Swap on for dev SDA2. Boom. Cool. Now let's build out the file system we're going to use to mount these. And actually start installing our Linux distribution. EFI. Cool. All right, so that's mounted. Next, we need to install the stage file. Rock and roll. All right. Go to Mount Gentoo. And let's check the date. Make sure the date's accurate. Today is Tuesday, January 27th. Is that accurate? What time is it, UTC? What time is it? What time is it, UTC? Yeah, that's close. It's not super accurate, but it's about 2 minutes off for some reason. But what we can do, we can do cronny. I think we can do cronny. Nope. Can we NTP client? Can we start that? Can we start the NTP client? Make sure we get the right date here. There we go. That's better. Okay. Cool beans. Yada yada yada. All right, so we need to download the files we want to install from. So I want to switch back over to this screen real quick so you guys can see what I'm looking at. So we're going to install what they call a stage file, right? So a stage file is just like an initial state. You can think of it for, the Gentoo Linux operating system. There used to be stage 1 and stage 2 files, which, are basically like even lighter than stage 3, which comes with a bunch of tools and other stuff. But what you need to be aware of when you're downloading one of these is, first of all, you're going to download the stage 3 at this point, and there are a variety of profiles that you can choose from. So the first thing you're going to see up here is OpenRC. That is the init system. Most Linux distributions today use systemd, which Gentoo supports, but traditionally has always been OpenRC based. So I'm going to use OpenRC, and I don't need anything else. Frankly, I could go with a hardened stage 3. There's not much difference these days between these two. Most of this stuff is rolled into the traditional stage 3, but if you're like a huge security fan and you also want SE Linux, that's security enhanced Linux, some people actually need that. You're going to want to run one of those. But I'm going to snag this URL right here. I'm going to copy link, and then we're going to go back into our terminal, and we're gonna wget it. Wget. Boom. Download the stage 3 file here. There's some other options or things to consider, right? Verify and validate the download you just received. That could be important, again, if you're security conscious or you're running into issues with the actual downloads themselves. But I'm going to skip all that, and I am going to actually just extract this as is with this command here. And we're already kicking butt and taking names. So this command, this handbook, if you're following along in the handbook, this thing actually educates you on what you're doing at each step, which is super handy. Again, it's great education. Boom. Okay. All right. So don't want to answer that. The whole point of Gentoo, why does this screen share keep failing? The whole point of Gentoo, the whole philosophy behind Gentoo is packages are installed from source, which means that whenever you install a program, you are actually downloading the source code and compiling it. And the point of doing that is you actually get to configure every single application on your system just for your hardware. That eliminates bloat, saves on memory, compute efficiency, all of the above. So we'll dive into that in a second here. I'm live right now, and Dr. K should be joining later today. Alan. Okay, so where are we at? Cool. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna get Dr. K. We'll ping him in a minute. All right, you know what? Let's just ping him right now. Let me know what time you want to go live. All right, back to business. Okay. So we have the option to configure every package we actually install here. So let's, first of all, we're going to take a quick peek at cat proc CPU info. We're going to take a quick peek at our CPU here. This is going to be important later. We have a genuine Intel Core i7 at 2.6 gigahertz with eight virtual cores, which means 4 physical cores and hyperthreading. Cool, good to know. So let's see here. Nano mount Gen 2. Let's see, portage make. All right, so this is where we're gonna set our common flags. Ooh, there's also Rust flags now. That's interesting. Of course, there's Rust flags. Of course. All right, we're gonna look at, just make sure. There's a better way of looking this up. Stand by. Yeah, we definitely want O2 and pipe. Yeah. And then we'll just do mark native. Cool. That should be good. Okay. Many programs are now written in Rust. Oh man, I've never done this before. This, things change. Times change. Times change. All right. Okay, and then make ops. Jobs value. Okay, so we also need make ops. Okay, so this is going to determine like how many threads and jobs. You know, when you're compiling something, like how much CPU does it actually consume? So we're going to set make ops to the number of threads returned by nproc, and the load average slightly above the number of threads returned by nproc. Okay, so let's save this real quick. Let's just run nproc. Nproc is 8. That makes sense. So jobs is going to be 8, and load average will be 9. Pretty simple. Cool. Yep. Boom. Done. All right. Next step, installing the base system. All right. So we're gonna croup, guys. Dereference resolve.conf to mount Gen 2. Mount Gen 2 Etsy. Okay. Mount types proc Mount Gentoo. We're basically creating a whole new system within a system here, guys. So mount rbind sys mount Gentoo sys mount make r slave mount Gentoo sys. Cool. Mount rbind dev mount Gentoo dev mount make r slave mount Gentoo dev mount bind run Gentoo run mount make slave mount Gentoo run. Boom, boom. All right. Okay, so proc is a pseudo file system, looks like regular files, but is generated on the fly by the Linux kernel. Sys is also a pseudo file system, which like proc, it was once meant to replace and is more structured than proc. Dev is a regular file system which contains all devices. It's usually managed by the Linux device manager, usually udev. Run is a temporary file system used for files generated at runtime, such as PID files or locks. So basically, we're kind of linking the current systems, proc, sys, dev, and run to the net new one, which will perform the install in. So yeah, now we're going to change root. Mount Gentoo bin bash. Let's see, profile, export PS1. This is important, so we know exactly what system we're actually working in here. Boom. All right. Let me check back in over here. Boom, boom. All right. Cool beans, guys. Cool beans. So moving right along, we need to prepare for a bootloader. So we're going to mount dev SDA 1 to EFI and install a Gentoo ebuild repository from snapshot from the web. We can also select mirrors. I like doing this. Verbose one shot app portage mirror select. Oh, did that work? Oh no, first we gotta merge WebRSync. Let's do this real quick. Boom, boom, boom. So this is the package manager we're setting up here, so we can actually install all the other packages. Nice. All right. 18 news items. We're not going to read those right now, but what we are going to do is select some mirrors. Yes. And then we're going to set our mirrors once that's good to go. So as you can see, it downloaded the source code for mirror select, and now it's compiling the source code for mirror select once the and it's compiling this source code specifically for our hardware, so it'll run as efficiently as it possibly can, and so that's why we use Gentoo. So now we're going to run mirror select and install the right mirrors. Let's try to find some here in America, shall we? USA is usually at the bottom. There it is. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's it. All right. Boom. Dunskies. All right. All right. So now we need to do portage repos.conf. Yep. Copy user share portage config repos conf etsy portage repos.conf gen2.conf. Boom. All right, so now we need to do a full merge sync. There we go. So now we're moving towards the tip of portage, if you will, to use a blockchain reference. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, probably be the last time I use this format for this stream. It's all right. It makes it easy for other people to join the stream, and so it sounds like FYI, Dr. K and Alan will be joining us later. So that'll be fun. Stay tuned for that. Step one, guys. I bring you along for everything. It's raw over here, guys. It's raw. Installing Gen2 raw on an Intel NUC. All right. So let's get rid of these news items here. Oops. Yeah. All right. We read all the news. Okay. Now we need to choose a profile. All right. There's a bunch of options here. The default profile is usually what I go with. Pretty simple stuff. We already have it enabled. We're ready to rock. We don't need a binary package host. We don't need to config the use variable. Actually, what I will do. Yeah. Okay, so we got Gen2 mirrors in here. Make ops. I will also add the use variable. Let's say use equals. Let's avoid qt and x for now. All right. Okay. Some architectures support additional flags, so let's Let's install CPU ID to CPU flags. Yes. Cool. CPU. Let's see what this is. Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. So what we want to do actually is this. Boom. Done. All right, video cards. What do we have here, guys? What do we have here? This is actually interesting. So let's check. If video. No, let's what am I looking for? Do we have LSPCI? No, let's emerge. Let's emerge. Ask LSPCI. Oh, no, it's not LSPCI. It's PCI utils. All right. So this will allow us to like list the PCI devices on our machine. Oh, no dash. Okay. Yes. So let's install that. And this should be able to show us if we have any special graphics cards on this machine. Cool. LSPCI. Boom. VGA. We have an Intel Corporation Iris Pro Graphics 580. -I VGA. Yeah. Okay. Nothing too special, so we won't worry about that. We do need to set Intel though. So actually, it's gonna look like this. Let's copy that. Portage package.use 00 video cards. This is a new format. Intel. Cool. Cool. All right. Accept license variable. So we might run into different licenses when installing packages. The accept license variable is something we'll set along the way. But we'll speed this process up a little bit actually by setting this accept license variable will be this. Cool. All right. Now we update. What I do here is set some flags. And at world is the keyword for updating the entire system. This flag updates deep, so update all dependencies. The capital N is for new use, so when we update the use variables, we want to set that. And yeah, we'll update the whole system. Let's see how many packages it wants to update. We'll kick off this update, and then we will total 11 packages. That's not a lot, actually. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Looks like we installed a pretty up-to-date snapshot here. So this actually won't take very long. What are we updating? Nothing major. That's good to see. Usually this updates like binary utilities, the GCC compiler, glibc, all that stuff. And that takes a long time, but this won't take very long. Afterwards, we will remove obsolete packages, set our time zone, configure locales. That's languages we support. So we should be good to go. Rock on, guys. All right. Enjoy this while I go take a quick bathroom break.
Building blocks on the grid we stand. Energy flows like a golden strand. Proof of work keeps the rhythm tight. Quiet network glowing through the night. Yeah. Quiet vibes, they never fade. Decentralized where dreams are made. Energy dollars spinning free. The power's yours and the power's me. Quiet vibes, they never fade. Decentralized where dreams are made. Energy dollars spinning free. The power's yours and the power's me. Hey. No tongue soft like a soulful tune. Mining truths under the silver moon. Every spark's a story untold. Currency of light more precious than gold. Yeah, trust the chain, trust the beat.
All right, party people. While that's updating, we're gonna check back in on X, and I gotta let some peeps know about this Kraken update. This is huge, guys. Boom. All right.
Said it couldn't be done, but look at this glow we spun from hands to hearts, a web of fire, proof of work lifting us higher.
Nice. All right. Let's see who needs to know about this Kraken update, guys. Who needs to know about this Kraken update? Nice. That's good. That's good. That's good. Heck yeah. All right. Let the peeps know. Kraken is coming. Letting our partners know. Let's see here. Nice, nice. Who else needs to know? Cool beans, cool beans. All right, Stork. FYI, Kraken has officially announced the integration work has begun. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Nice, nice. Boom, boom. Oop. Boom, boom. Letting them know. Ah, man, we got so many people to update. It's always fun when you get some big news like this from a major partner. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. All right. Okay. Looks like the update's completed. I'm just going to wrap this up. Oh, dang. Real quick. Boom, boom. Man, we got a lot of people to update. Let's see here. Who else needs an update? Keep them updated. I wish I could tell you guys, everybody I'm sharing this news with. You in the loop. FYI, Kraken has officially announced that integration has begun. Cool beans. And there's someone else I wanted to keep updated. Where are they? Where are they? Let's see here. Anybody else? Got them updated. Let's keep them updated. Has officially announced that the integration work has begun. And who else were you updating here? Keep them posted. Dang, my Rolodex is freaking thick, guys. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. All right. I think that's a good one. We'll roll with that. Let's see here. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? There you are. All right. Cat needs to enter the chat. Do not scratch the chair. Don't scratch the chair. All right. Apps are updated. What's next? What's next? What's next? Let's do a depth clean. Yep. We'll do that. Roger, roger. All right, now we need to set our time zone. User share zone info. What do we want to set it to, guys? What do we want to set it to? We want CST 6 CDT. All right. So ln f user share zone info CST CDT etc local time. Cool. Now we need to configure locales. And let's do English US. Oh, it says ISO or non-UTF-8 locales are discouraged and should only be used in special circumstances. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. We'll just add what it recommends here. Boom, paste, good, X, yes, enter. Now do locale gen. Nice, done. E select locale list. Yeah, that'll work for now. Cool. Now let's rebase our profile here. There we go. And move on to configuring the kernel. This is something that most Linux installations will not have you do. Full stop. Let's work through this, because honestly, I don't want to spend a long time configuring the kernel. We just need it to work. I usually spend quite a bit of time making sure that we only enable what we absolutely need for a minimal kernel install. But honestly, we're not too worried about it in this situation. So we'll get that rocking and rolling. Nice. Just reading ahead here. And we will also skip secure boot, since that requires a lot of configuration that we don't necessarily need. Okay. All right. What's the next step here? We're going to use... We're going to use Grub as the bootloader. So we need to install kernel. So let's see, portage package.use install kernel, and we'll set the use flag to grub. There we go. And merge install kernel. Install kernel. Yes. Cool beans. All right. That's turning and burning. Meanwhile, let's check in on the community. How's Quiet Nation doing? How's Quiet Nation? People are excited about this Kraken announcement. Definitely pumped for that. Can totally understand. We've been teasing that for quite some time. So again, it's super cool to see Kraken's announcement today. Guys, you're still early over here at Quiet Network. Make sure y'all are signed up for Kipper.money and engaging with us on X. It's a great way to earn. Great way to earn. Community and the team are totally cracked on tipping folks on X for any and all posts about Quiet Network. Meanwhile, let's see what let's see what's happening in the mining discords. Bullish. Love to see it. Love to see it. You know, no shame over here right now. Absolutely none whatsoever. Absolutely none whatsoever. If you let me drop links in your Discord, I'm going to let you know. Kraken announcement is live, folks. Heck yeah. All right, let's try this one.
I see the grid, it's pulsing red.
What up, Christopher? We're installing Gentoo so we can run Claudebot. I got an Intel NUC set up. But yeah, it does look like the Matrix. We're compiling a bunch of code right now. Man, that post has almost hit 20K. Let's go, guys. Let's engage with that Kraken post. Yeah, we'll see. Everybody's using Apple Mac Minis. So I got an Intel NUC, which is basically just as powerful. So we're gonna see how this works. We're gonna see how it works. All right. Next step here, we need to make the EFI stub system. EFI Gen 2. Boom. Okay, we're gonna skip all of this. We don't need system D. Distribution kernels. Skipping secure boot and going straight to installing the kernel. People are recommending getting a separate network for it so it doesn't have access to your files, etc. Oh, I need to add Dracut. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm gonna understand eventually how this works. Package.use. But I suspect the only way it has access to files on the network is through Windows File Share or Mac AirDrop. And honestly, none of my systems have that enabled, so I'm not super worried about it. But yeah, we'll find out. Yes. Boom. All right. Installing the kernel, guys. I mean, I guess it could read internet traffic. But there's a lot of nuance there, right? Like if you have it on a wireless network, yes, it'll totally read all the packets going across. It totally can read all the packets going across a wireless network. I have it hardwired, so the switch will only send broadcast packets to it and or packets that need to go to that specific MAC address and IP address. So again, I'm not super worried about it. But most people don't have the setup that I'm running over here, so that makes sense. Especially if you're using like an Apple Mac Mini and throwing it on a wireless network, like yeah, it's gonna see everything. Yeah, I mean, on a wireless network, if it has, I mean, wireless is like broadcast over the airwaves, right? So it really depends on how it accesses the wireless network. There's a lot of gates. There's a lot of gates, right? Like Is it going to put your wireless device in promiscuous mode so it sees every single packet that comes across the network? Or, is it just going to use your wireless device like a normal network interface and only have access to the packets that are destined for your device? That's a question. When you don't know anything, the safest thing to do is to put it on its own network. Um, for sure. For sure. But I don't think it's a huge concern, honestly. But yeah, better safe than sorry for most folks, probably. I'm just, I'm a curious monkey over here. So we're going to give it a shot. Hopefully, it can automate some things for us. I was talking earlier. I tried to set up my own like home AI agent back when Watson came out, like 2014, 2015, when it started making a lot of noise. That's like pre Open AI. So it's something I wanted for a while. Um, I just haven't seen anything until recently, until Claudebot, that actually uses the current AI models effectively. Actually, who was it? Cloners dropped a tweet that made me reconsider it and actually dive into this thing. Let me see if I can pull up that tweet from Cloners. It was pretty good. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. We'll open this up. This is a pretty good. This is a pretty good breakdown here. How Claudebot remembers everything. What sets Claudebot apart is its ability to handle real-world tasks autonomously, managing emails, scheduling calendar events, handling flight check-ins, or running background jobs on a schedule. But what caught my attention was its persistent memory system, which maintains 24/7 context retention, remembering conversations and building upon previous interactions indefinitely. If you read my previous post on ChatGPT memory and Claude memory, you know I am fascinated about how different AI products approach memory. Claudebot takes a fundamentally different approach. Instead of cloud-based, company-controlled memory, it keeps everything local, giving users full ownership of their context and skills. So again, this is really what convinced me to give it a try. All context and skills are stored locally, and that's a huge security benefit. But also the way it does it, through like daily logs and whatnot, it really um, it starts to curate its persistent knowledge so it can use it indefinitely, which is super cool. Uh, which ideally it's the best situation, right? You don't want to like use your bot for like a week and then following Monday have to like give it all the context all over again, right? So this is pretty cool. Yeah, so super cool. Super excited to try it out, but definitely don't want to install it on any system I currently have. Would clearly, it's a safer bet to install it on a brand new system. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We'll see how it goes.
In the temple of blocks, where the code is tight, casting spells in the ledger through the shadowy night. Merge mining rituals, coins intertwine. Kwai and Doge, a digital shrine. Fiat whispers, snakes in disguise. Central banks printing lies. Eyes on the prize, wizards in the matrix.
Meanwhile,
Chains, breaking the shackles,
let's check back in on
cryptic alchemy, Kwai and Doge combine. Fiat falls apart, their power decline.
our multi-sig project, shall we? I think we were building new tests last time I checked in here.
Runes in the wallet, encrypted gold. Keys unlock secrets, the brave and the bold. Centralized pharaohs, empires of dust. We crush their pyramids, we build and trust. Digital chance, miners hum to him. Proof of work armies, tearing their skin. Fiat kings tremble in the castles on sand. The people rise up with code in their hand. The ledger of freedom, no chains to bind. Kwai and Doge merge, a union divine. Cryptic alchemy, Kwai and Doge combine. Fiat falls apart, their power decline. Money print of fraud, burning the ash. The spell of the blockchain forever will last. Cryptic alchemy, Kwai and Doge combine. Fiat falls apart, their power decline. Money print of fraud, burning the ash.
Still trying to understand how normies would make use of it. I mean, somebody needs to package it up. Frankly, I think right now it's still just like a GitHub repo that you need to set up yourself. So as soon as somebody like packages it appropriately, normies could totally make use of it. You know, maybe that's something we can have Claudebot do for us. Build a Linux distro install to automatically fire up and configure Claudebot for a user, and then it's the Claudebot operating system that anybody can install on any device that they have. A lot of folks are also running it in the cloud, so there's that happening too. Here we'll pivot over to our multi-sig app here. Claude is finishing up these front-end tests. FYI, if anybody's tuning in the chat and they want to join the stream, just let me know. Christopher, that goes for you too, man. Let me know if you want the invite link. We'll bring you up and have a conversation while you're jamming on whatever you got going on over there. Today's a pretty big day, guys. See the team working hard to make sure everybody's getting the news. All right. Incoming. There it be. There he is.
Yeah. Hello.
What up, Christopher? Welcome.
Hello.
Glad to have you. How's your day been?
Very busy. Very, very busy. I have not had a chance to rest yet, honestly.
Dude, you are freaking making moves, man. Making moves. I can't appreciate you enough for everything you're doing on the BD front, man.
Thank you, man.
Freaking killing it.
A lot of people, like, the way I carry myself is in a way that confuses a lot of people. And it probably just stems from the fact that I have like an artist background more than anything else. And that, like, really the way I got started was trying to burn the system down from like 18 to 25 when I was still young and angsty. And then, but I mean, under my belt, right, I have tremendous amount of success. I try not to walk around like I'm the like hot shit, like some people. But yeah, man, I've like scaled businesses before. I've been a top 5 rep on a floor of 200, right? Top 1 on occasional for B2C company, right? I've always destroyed sales goals every single time I've been put to the test. It's kind of funny because I actually got nervous about sales 10, 15 years ago, whenever the first time I actually joined. I think it was when I was 21, because I was like, oh, quotas, oh God. Oh man, I might get fired for not performing. And then what I just learned over time is like I just always perform. Like it's not even an option. It just happens. And sometimes it even confuses me. So I'm just like, how am I performing right now? Like how is this all working? And it just does. So yeah, I mean, that's how I was able to bring in like 9-figure, 10-figure plus deals in my time in DeFi. It's how I was able to at least get the tier 1 introductions when I was working in infrastructure for like Robinhood, like WorldCoin. That's why I was able to help build a startup from pre-seed all the way to Series A and profitability status plus hyper growth status. I don't walk around and try to carry myself like I'm some hot shit. A lot of people love that, but that's just not my style. I come from like, hey, the system's all broken and there's lots of issues, and I see very clearly from the highest echelons like where they are. So I'd rather just be a regular human being. Can't even say it because I'm not. And just dominate, that way. And so, yeah, I mean, there should be times where perhaps I meme a little less, sure, but got to have fun. That's the one thing I learned is if you're not having fun while building, then you're probably A, not building to the best of your abilities, and then B, probably not going to make it, right? Like it's not always true. Serious people do succeed at times, but every single time I've gone the distance, Matt, it's always been with laughter and people having fun and executing at the highest level possible.
Heck yeah, man. Well, you're absolutely slaying. Again, I can't appreciate you enough. We're holding it down across all fronts with probably a team that should be like 3 times the size of what it is. So
I know. Yeah.
Everybody on this team, frankly, is slaying. So rock on.
Hey, chat. What's up, Matt? Matt in chat, not Matt here. If I'm echoing, please let me know. I am on my mic and I'm trying to adjust sound, but it has been historically. Oh man, I should change the sweatshirt. I don't like this one. Because of this.
You sound all right to me. Just FYI.
Okay. Yeah. Let me know if I'm echoing at all, because I don't want that to happen for chat. I appreciate that. You too, man. You're grinding every single day. Like it is. This is one of the reasons, Matt, when I was streaming video games back in 2020, I stopped streaming because just nonstop talking all day for me is extremely tiring. And so
it's exhausting.
I have a lot of respect. You get
when
off.
I get off. I get off, and then like my fiance is like, "You're awfully quiet," and I'm like, "I have no idea what you want me to say right now." So, dude, but she appreciates it. She understands. She's like, "Yeah, I bet anybody who streams is just like so sick and tired of talking by the end of it." And it's not that like I'm sick and tired of talking. It's just like by the time I'm done with the stream, I feel like I've said everything, and I have no idea like who I said it to or what I said. And so, when she's like, "How'd your day go?" I'm like, "Man, I don't even know where to begin right now." But it's fun. The chat has been fun. The community's been joining in, asking some good questions. We got new community members showing up, keeping the chat lively. Like we were playing coin flip and like spin the wheel games last week. CS:GO is a huge personality in this chat, along with everybody else. So the Quiet Nation keeps these streams really fun. So appreciations to the community as well. You guys absolutely rock. What up, Check Rays? Welcome to the chat. Let's get you hooked up with a Kipper tip here.
I wanted to drop, since this is kind of a big day. I mean, first of all, Kraken, am I right? It's
Mm-hmm.
huge. I think all of us were expecting that the way it went down. So they also, if you didn't see, announced Hyperliquid maybe an hour afterwards that they finished Hyperliquid. So it's clear that the Kraken team, the engineering team, is now shipping like hardcore. Like Hyperliquid's been on the roadmap for many months before we were, like a long time before we were. So to see them execute there, it means that for us, I anticipate this is probably going to happen fast. But obviously, I don't actually know when it's going to happen. But when it does, it'll be hype.
Yeah, like I expect it to turn around pretty quickly. You know what I've mentioned this in the past, and like Dr. K has told everybody this multiple times, but one of the reasons it was so delayed after the initial, roadmap announcement was due to Kraken's like IPO. So we're probably not the only ones who kind of got put on pause while they
Tapping their
wrapped
foot, yeah.
while they wrapped up that work. So that not sitting behind the scenes and hanging out with the engineers 24/7, but it's fair to say that once you start working towards an IPO, a lot of stuff has to be put on pause.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, I also so there's that, but I also wanted to share, since again this is a pretty big day. You see it in Discord, a link. I don't know. Whenever you have a break here and you want to take a look at something, show the chat something that I think is really instrumental to understanding where we're going and where we're going next and why. Let's take a look.
Yeah, feel free to share your screen if you want, or send me a link.
It is in Discord. I don't know.
Oh, crypto inflation?
Yeah. I don't know if you knew about that one. I actually just found out about it like 2 days ago because our good friend Jim Wahlberg. Oh, did you like my I know a Noah comment earlier? I thought about that. How funny that sounded, so I just wanted to post it. Nice. I wasn't sure if that would translate over text.
So what am I looking at, Christopher?
So what you're looking at is a really cool dashboard that covers proof of work emissions. And what's interesting is not only did I just learn about this, on Reddit, where this is actually posted, it has 8 upvotes. That's it. But if you actually take a look at this, this is probably, especially for what we're doing, if you click on POW on the main page,
yeah,
it is, and then you sort by emissions over 24 hours. It is a very comprehensive, all in one kind of guide as to like seeing the proof of work emission space in one area in a non-confusing, very simple, easy to understand way. So for example, like I've been going to mining pool stats to take a look at emissions, right? And you have to go by specific algorithm and blah, 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 blah. This aggregates it all and puts it in one just really easy to see kind of area. What's really interesting is if you go, let me try to find it again because I just figured this out for the first time. Yeah, do I have to actually click it? I'm trying to, yeah. Okay, so if you click Zcash, for instance, no, it wasn't Zcash by itself. It basically compared all the proof of work networks in a pie chart and gave you an idea of how emissions looked. And you can go back by a long time. So 30 days is all we really needed, but you can go back up to a year, right? And like if you take a look, it gives like a really clear example as to like, obviously Bitcoin dominates. There's no doubt about it, right? Like that's obvious. But then it gives you very clear second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place of which proof of work tokens are emitting the most. Huge. And especially if you understand, which obviously you do. So that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, I see it on your stream now. So, and like I said, Bitcoin obviously dominates. It's not even close. But then look at second place.
Zcash, Doge. Yeah. And then Kaspa.
And Kaspa does make an appearance in there. But we can't soak Kaspa, right? No. But something as old as Zcash, for instance, can make sense. And Jim Wahlberg and I were going back and forth about it yesterday. And like Zcash makes a lot of sense for just one reason and one reason only. And that's just obviously due to the pump in Q4. and all of the narrative driving behind privacy tokens and all that other stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think it like 4 or 5x. Don't quote me on the number, but if it didn't do that, then obviously it wouldn't be second place. But there's been, and we talked about this on the Wolf Space last week. Thanks again for joining. And hopefully you'll join this Thursday as well. I think you have a lot of experience in mining. You have a lot of value to add there. We dropped the alpha that we are looking at both Equihash and RandomX as like next things to move towards for SOAP. And especially with this resource, it is very clear in my mind if we had to pick one or the other, which direction we should head in. And of course, Monero is on those charts. It's hard to see, but it's the gray one. And it gives you an idea of the last 30 days, but obviously also an aggregate over the last year of where its emissions are. And so if I had to pick a horse in that race, this one's pretty obvious. If we're going from strictly a number-driven perspective, that one, again, super obvious. It's obviously to go for Zcash, but to the stream, right, then we're talking about expanding SOAP. These are the kind of conversations that, we take into account and the numbers that we need to look at when we're trying to determine these things.
Yeah, no, that's super interesting. What I wanted to do just now is like sort by emissions. Let's look at proof of work and then compare inflation. So Bitcoin Cash, Monero, those are great inflation numbers there, less than 1%. And then let's see here. I'm seeing like numbers less than 10 until you get to Beldex, whatever that is.
Whatever that is.
Conflux. But Coin Network was on this somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, that's a big number.
Dude, I was looking yesterday, admittedly not for long, but Noah and I were talking about how we need to get us listed. So I'm actually happy to see that we're actually on there.
Yeah, not sure, how they're calculating this or whatever, but this will be fun to keep an eye on as hash rate grows.
Yeah.
With Project SOAP.
Yeah.
Because I think Dr. K last estimated. This was like near the beginning of Project SOAP. We were sitting around 10%. But yeah, Noah's got a bunch of tools he's working on to calculate this as well. So this will be interesting. What I also noticed is this supply number here is actually probably accurate. What is this? 703 million. Let's compare that real quick. Let's find CoinGecko. Let's see if they're pulling from the API endpoint or doing some math.
Yeah, I have the endpoint here. So we can do a real-time validation. I think CoinGecko does pull from it. It looks like they're lagging a little bit, but
well, so it looks like this website is actually doing a calculation because their number is only 703 million when the API is not updated yet and reporting north of 730 million. So
is that a 3? Oh, I can't see.
Yeah, so this is 735 million, and crypto inflation is reporting 703 million. So that's super interesting. These guys are on top of it.
They're close. Sure. They're definitely on top. I mean, the fact we haven't talked to them and they're doing that definitely means they're on top of it. They're a little behind by a fraction of a percent, but
yeah. What is the endpoint? It's supply.
rpc.quiet.network/stat/supply. My bad.
Supply. So yeah, this is updated. 735, 185, 735 million. Subtract about 17.5 million. What is that? Let's bust out a calculator. Let's see how deep this platform's diving right now.
That is interesting. I didn't factor that in. And does our endpoint factor that in? Probably not, right?
Where did that endpoint go?
That is really interesting because I mean they're a little under still, but it is close.
So 735, 185, 597 minus 17,456,661, 717 million. So they have us even at an even lower number than what we should be seeing. So, gosh, I keep losing the tab. There it is. So interesting. I wonder where they're getting those numbers.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, I'm trying to cadence into them. I'm trying to reach out and have a conversation with them. Again, I couldn't find this yesterday. Again, admittedly, I didn't search super hard. I was so busy with other stuff. But the fact they have this already is bullish. Honestly, may not need to talk too much, but they are under by what is it, about 14 million or so, maybe 17 million. So they're still a little off. But it's huge. Yeah. And again, I wasn't aware of this until yesterday, and it really does help out when it comes to our overall, decision making process when it comes to SOAP 2.0 and where we want to expand to.
Yeah, this is super interesting. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I love the view. Right, like we talk about these numbers, but I've never seen like a comprehensive view of them like this. So, good find, man.
Shout out to Noah. Shout out to Jim Wahlberg. I'm not going back and forth.
Heck yeah.
He's a force to be reckoned with.
In more ways than one.
Yeah. Well, I've said this for a while, but if there's someone that is involved at a high level of crypto that's under 25, watch out. That is a beast, and they're already well past in the making and a force to be reckoned with. Don't fuck with them, basically.
Right. Absolutely. Matt asks, any news with DeFi Llama? Unfortunately, we don't have any news on DeFi Llama at this time. However, highly encourage the community to go harass them. I'll just say that.
I have to take the political stance of be careful how you say those things, but I mean, we can spill the tea a little bit. I mean, ultimately, and Jonathan also did the other day, so it's totally fine at this point. I mean, they were on board with reporting revenue the proper way. Things were fine. We passed Ethereum once, and I just also want to add this asterisk, this caveat. It's not very marketing, but that may have been Ethereum mainnet, but it wasn't the combined total of all the L2s, right, that operate off of Ethereum. So it's just mainnet, right? Like in total, like Ethereum, broadly speaking, across the thousands of L2s, right? As I like to make the joke, like we're still definitely behind them. But yeah, we passed mainnet like once, and so they decide to. I call it the Ethereum immune system. It's not my own take. That's not original. But the white blood cell is activated, and their reasoning does make sense. I hate to say it like that, but they don't count Hyperliquid's revenue that happens at the base layer of the chain as part of the chain. They count it as part of a protocol as well. So from their perspective, they're just remaining consistent in the way that they're reporting revenue. I have a major contention with that because there's no smart contracts involved. There was a hard fork that was required. It's quite literally baked into the actual protocol itself at the base layer, right? So it's not like there's nothing to and it's driven by users as well, which is one of their points, is that it wasn't driven by users. Though without your hash rate, without you mining the network, the miners out there, we salute you. None of this would even really be possible, right? So we have our own arguments. We have firm grounding in which we stand upon. But, from their perspective, playing the political game here, guys, they're just remaining consistent with Hyperliquid. Because if they were, really reporting Hyperliquid the fairest way, Hyperliquid would be destroying everybody and it wouldn't even be close, which is probably why they filed them under protocols as opposed to chain revenue as well, right? And it would destroy Tron, which is number one. It would destroy BSC, every single ETH, Solana, blah, blah, blah. So there's the T. I spilled it. It's probably going to go under protocol revenue. It sucks. It's okay. I right? There's other metrics platforms. I'm in conversations with a lot of them. And of course, we know the truth. So we'll stand on it.
Yeah, well said. Welcome, Rockster. Steph, happy to have you in chat. We already got your Kipper tips sent out, so thanks for joining and playing the game. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the story on DeFi Llama. It's interesting. It's an interesting conversation. Like, are miners users? And I like, I could see arguments either or. At the end of the day,
It's
are
definitely bullshit.
validators users is kind of my question there.
No, Jonathan had the point of like, are bots users? Because the majority
Right.
of DEX volume and just smart contract volume, period, is all bots. It's not actual humans, right? Like, so if miners aren't users, then bots aren't users, and that's also part of our argument.
Yeah, 100%. Dr. K says it's bullshit.
It is bullshit. Totally correct. It's consistent,
Absolutely.
but it's consistent bullshit.
Yep. Protocol revenue versus chain revenue. Yeah, they want to categorize us as protocol and not chain, which, like, I guess that would mean SOAP. They would list it as SOAP and not Coin Network, which is, again, not ideal. It's not how we think about things.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. I mean, this is me just spitting off the cuff, but I think they're going to do Quiet Network, and then in parentheses is going to be SOAP. That's how they do it for Hyperliquid, at least.
Right. Well, and like, Hyperliquid is also a chain. Steph has a good point though, because I've also thought this, right? If we do get listed as a protocol, it's a bigger list to dominate there. Protocols tend to generate more revenue than chains in the Ethereum ecosystem.
So Steph's totally correct. And, it's true. We will get to the top 10 protocol revenue. But for immediate validation of the SOAP thesis and hard fork, working the flywheel spinning, it was pretty strong validation. So, I mean, it's like playing a game on easy or playing a game on hard. And Steph, just like myself, loves to play on hard, obviously. So I'm with you on that example. And I totally agree. And we'll get there. It's just we're not there right now. And I think that's why everyone's mad.
Yeah. Yep. There's other opportunities though. I think it's kind of like a narrative shift, right? Like, what is revenue? Right, that narrative kind of came and went in the crypto Twitter space pretty freaking quickly, honestly. But I think we can start to have those conversations here real soon, right? Like, what is revenue, honestly? Dr. K, I'm going to shoot you an invite so you can join the stream if you'd like. Feel free, but your comments are fire. I'd love to have you join this chat. I know we got something planned for later today, but screw it. Why not? Maybe we join early.
Too many rainbows.
check your signal, sir.
Dude, working in the Ethereum ecosystem, and I like to call it just being chameleon mode, bro, you have no idea like how many rainbows I had to avoid and how much soy I had to ingest. And the fact that I even made it on this side, out on this side, is testament to like my inner strength, bro. It was bad. It was really bad. I definitely got sexually assaulted a couple times by men. I definitely went to a bunch of parties that, I was like, so where are the chicks at? And they're like, chicks? And yeah, I mean, that's that's fine all day. If that's the way you swing, totally cool with that. You do you. But it's not what I signed up for. I'll say that. And it's a lot of things that you just kind of grin and bear, and you're like, well, it's a big deal.
That's both scary, sad, and hilarious all at the same time. I will. My only 2 cents here is, like, I went to a private university, and during the 2016 election cycle, and that was an absolute shit show. I remember getting in debates with females with hairy armpits and legs. It's crazy times. Crazy times.
Those are the best debates, though. Honestly, that's why, like, for real, because at least it's someone that believes so strongly in what they're doing that they'll actually have a conversation and try to defend their point, and then you can easily just smash their points down, and then it eventually gets to a point where they just start ad hominem you, just insulting you because they can't you shatter their cognitive dissonance, but like they're so gone that they won't change their hard drive, they won't update their drivers, and so they just resort to attacking. That's what I saw all the time growing up in Northern Virginia. That was quite literally my existence. I would especially before I was 25, Matt. I was trying to find the people who could fight my points, who could give me a logical counter argument to what I was saying. Bro, I couldn't find anybody. Like nobody. It was so lonely because it was just like I knew what I believed. I knew how I saw the world, and no one could ever actually logically go against it. So, I mean, I'm sure you had a lot of fun. Hopefully, unless you played chameleon mode like I like to do.
It was like time and place kind of a thing. So I literally went from getting shot at for 9 months straight in Afghanistan, becoming the monster in order to defeat the monster, to 2 months later on campus at a private university in Denver. Oh, sweet. We're getting Dr. K in here.
Dr. K said right. Made it.
There he is.
What
up, Dr. K?
I'm working, so I might not be able to put my camera on, but
no sweat. Glad to have
salutations. I can be part of the peanut gallery.
Heck yeah, love it. No, appreciate it. We guys retweet the space. Dr. K's in the house. Yeah, let's bring some more people in here. This is gonna get fun. So, landing, going basically straight from filling sandbags, getting shot at, and doing night missions in Afghanistan, sniper ops, to surrounded by 1,800 18-year-olds who had never done anything hard in their entire life on a private university in liberal Denver. I sat in the front of every single class because I was going to maximize the education I received for the sacrifice I made to get that GI Bill to pay for the damn thing. So I engaged the professors more than I engaged the actual class. But it was the international relations courses where we were basically surrounded by students who wanted to go work for the State Department, basically wanted to make a living being an activist. And the engagements I had with that student body through the professors was where I could not sit there and just let these folks spew and believe absolute nonsense and live in fantasy land. So it was fun because I actually encouraged a number of students to stand up for their own beliefs when frankly
Hey,
there
can
was
you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Yeah, universities, honestly, I am I don't know.
They're
well,
cold.
You used to teach at one, so you'd have a really interesting perspective considering, again, you taught at one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the decay of higher education, is quite profound on a number of levels. Very fundamentally too, not just surface level. It's a decay that fundamentally undermines the concept of science, research, advancement, well beyond just what you might think about in terms of the usefulness of the education or the rationality of the education. It is permeated into engineering and sciences. And with that, that kind of spells death of an advanced society. So yeah, I don't know where that's going, but it ain't good.
Steph asks, "What about PhDs?"
Well, I mean,
Oh
there's
man.
there are okay, so
I'll just say the worst professors I had were the ones with tenure. Full stop.
yeah, no, I mean, I don't think tenure is necessarily a problem per se. The the incentives or the idea around tenure, I think, are well constructed because if you're doing sort of like a research based role, um, you might go, 10 years before you find something meaningful, right? Um, so that's, proper. But in terms of PhDs, I would say even in the sciences and engineerings, like half or more of the people that get PhDs do not deserve it, like at all. Like hard disqualified from having the credential. And that's in sciences and engineering. And yeah, I mean, I can't even imagine what it's like outside of science and engineering.
Yeah, the international relations courses were, like I had amazing professors, like folks who, served with the state and um, embassies in cool places like Russia during interesting times, uh, and would like outright say political science is not a science. If it was a science, it would be able to predict things like the Arab Spring, and we absolutely fail at that. So don't let anybody tell you that political science is an actual science or that they know anything. And then I had professors on the other end of the spectrum who were just promoting like fantasy land, frankly. Um,
Yeah, I mean,
so
it's interesting. There's all these like things that you kind of take for granted growing up, or maybe you're taught to think this way, obviously, but um, we start out in our life thinking that certain things are facts and the facts are indisputable, right? I'm not saying everything is contestable, but
or
for
the
example, history.
institutions
Yeah,
or
yeah, or just like
institution.
history,
Yeah.
right? Like history is always written by the winners, right? So sort of the West-centric view of the Second World War and who won the Second World War is probably completely devoid of reality. Because we think we came in and saved the day is the common sort of narrative. But if you look at the numbers and you look at when the tide of the war actually turned and the total people that died and the total amount of um, capital equipment was lost, it was by the Russians, not by the US, by like more than an order of magnitude.
Yeah.
Right? Stalingrad was the turning point of the Second World War, but we always talk about D-Day and the invasion of Normandy as, us like coming in, but in reality, we were just sweeping up after the concert.
Yeah.
So anyway, to the point,
Mhm.
when you're young, you don't realize these things, but as you get older, you realize that institutions, history, um, usually what you're taught is actually counterfactual and is oftentimes, propaganda or lore to empower those institutions or people, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, economic science is one of those things that, macroeconomics, which is the only thing that's really studied in in a university, is a completely made up thing. Like just completely made, just patently dog shit all around. Um, but like you don't know that because they like wrap it in some formalisms.
Right.
And you're like, okay, that makes sense. And you like take your test, and then people like write papers about it, but um, there's no real science behind it whatsoever.
I just find it very fascinating that everyone is grown up and they're taught to believe that you have to go to college to succeed and it's the path to do it. And then when you actually get there, it's very clear, at least from everyone that went that has told me about it, which is thousands of people at this point, that it's if you believe a certain thing, if you just shut up and lied about it, and you just said what everyone else is saying, you get good marks, you get good grades, you get invited to go to places, et cetera, right? But then those people get out of college after getting some like bullshit degree, and they end up like working at Starbucks. So I find it really fascinating that it's quite clearly like an echo chamber, and it's quite clearly an indoctrination, ritual for literally everybody. You're taught that if you don't do it and if you don't go to college, you will never succeed. And so when you actually do go there, right, and if you don't believe, you don't drink the Kool-Aid, right, like you get ostracized, you get like Matt in your case, you get attacked probably verbally all the time, and all the other things that go along with it. It's very, very telling. Like, I don't know if you guys remember it was a Russian, I think he was a philosopher. He made this like really chilling kind of prediction back in the 1980s that like the American education system was already, rotten, it was already corrupted, that it was already well underway. And within like 1 or 2 generations, socialism would be pushed at all fronts. And like, like communism, that like style of philosophy would be espoused from everybody, and it'd be the mainstream opinion. And like he was totally correct. It obviously came from like the colleges. I know personally, and that's not to say that everyone who went to college thinks like this, but at least all the people that I grew up with, when they went to college, they came back completely different. It was like radically different people that just they weren't the same people prior.
Well, so the interesting thing, and with all things in life, college is what you make of it. So if you have the correct mindset and you find, say, a good professor in a good subject, you can get a lot out of a PhD if it's in science and engineering. Like, but you could also do nothing of meaning and not have any new skills or understanding when you leave than when you started. So it's really what you make of it. I will say though, there's one other thing that's kind of interesting here, which is um the sort of um there's like a new meta that I'm discovering in life, which is I'm observing things wherein if you're careful enough about the breadcrumbs, you start to understand the power behind systems and institutions. I haven't fully formed, ideas everywhere, but I'm have an acute enough awareness that I'm starting to pick up on like the second order games that are actually at play behind the institutions and systems that we actually think run the world. Um, so it's interesting.
It's all people. Um, so like that was, to your earlier point, Dr. K, right? We're raised to believe certain things are like set in brimstone, and like post-military, and then seeing what was happening at university, I realized like all these institutions that I think are just like infallible are really just people, and people are as fallible as anybody. What I like to tell some of the students is that take the most benevolent person in the world and starve them and watch them turn back into like a complete animal. So
Yeah,
anybody
I mean
is
that's certainly
fallible.
part of it, but there are so so what I'm noticing is the greatest amount of power can only be wielded in secret,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
100%.
So like, the people that really like run something, um, they're smart enough to run it. You don't actually know that they're running it. You only see their hands in like the second or third order.
Yeah,
Um, but if you know kind of how to look at it, you can figure out who it might be,
right.
um, or like like what set of people it might be. But um, I think people are a little bit privy to some of the more obvious ones, like a Soros or like a Gates.
Right.
But I think even in something as relevant to this conversation as Bitcoin, there's like a Bitcoin uh, constituency that kind of runs the system, and they're doing it in a way that is nowhere close to the alignment of the original vision, and the mechanisms by which they do it technically are so subtle that barely anybody digs deep enough to know what they are.
Right. It's just like what would you call it? Like the dominant strategy? Like if you can control a thing without anybody knowing you control it, then like you get all the benefit and none of the risk.
Yeah, I mean that's effectively what it is. Is the dominant? That's exactly right. With enough power, the dominant strategy is to wield it from the shadows,
Yeah.
right? So it's not like it's a conspiracy. It's just the ones who actually get true amounts of a lot of power. The only way they've gotten there and they have it is because they've realized that.
Yeah. Well, it was,
So like anybody you can name, like probably isn't the one in charge most of the time.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Especially if they have the option to not be named, right? If you have the option to not be named, then, that's the smart choice. So,
Yeah. Well, and there's certain like families that have been massively like influential that like we barely even talk about.
right.
Um,
Well, I mean, the ones we do talk about, right? The Rockefellers, like you can look at them implementing that strategy through, JP Morgan Chase.
well, the one I'm actually thinking about is Cargill.
Carhill? I've heard of Carhill.
No, Cargill.
Can you spell it?
Cargil, I think.
Oh, the family? Is it related to
Uh-huh.
the corporation?
So these are the number one producers of processed sugars as well as seed oils.
Oh, okay, that's where I've heard of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. But you can't you because it's like diffused through the family. You don't actually know who has control or ownership of any of it because
right,
it's privately owned. But it's like privately owned, like shares in a corporation in this family structure. But like nobody actually knows like who's in charge or like what's going on. So there's like 50 people that have made just like an ass load of money, and they're the ones behind like high fructose corn syrup and
right.
canola oil. It's amazing.
I'm looking at their Wikipedia. It's funny because it looks like their empire started right after the Civil War. And I've always said for the longest time that probably the most important part of American history that doesn't get talked about is between the post Civil War era and the pre World War One kind of,
Yeah, well, I mean,
50
we like to
years or
focus
so.
in. We like to focus on the bankers or like the Morgans or the Rothschilds or like whatever. But the Cargills literally touch every single person multiple times per day, and like
Crazy.
nobody even knows it.
I feel violated.
um,
Yeah.
I want to go back to like education real quick and like just second what Dr. K said about like getting out what you put in. Um, I got the privilege of going to a private university and a private business school after I exited the military at 26 years old, and quickly realized that if I had gone to, a traditional university after high school, I would have gotten like 10% of the value that I would have gotten had had I not gone after I had some like worldly experience and matured a little bit. Um, so like not having the confidence issues to sit in front of the class and like engage the professor directly on whatever the heck they were espousing, and like suss out the experience that the professors had in real life to like back up the lesson that they were teaching. um, without me in that class doing that, I don't think anybody would have learned as much as they would have. And then on top of that, like, being able to do that, um, I realize how important a higher education is, especially in our current public education system in America, which I like to say like hasn't changed since post World War II. Um, there's a whole history of the world that we missed out on that, I was able to get through some professors, that helps me understand, more deeply, like what's actually happening in the world today, like why we are the way we are, why the current situation is the way it is, and like why some people and states do what they do, which I would have, I see everybody with a public education not able to really engage in society at that level without that higher education. So I think it's a necessity, but there is like a massive distraction in both like the social agenda that seems to be promoted among people, frankly, our youth, that is totally unprepared to like deal with that. So these days, like when I meet a young person, especially, a man, I'm like, go live some life before you go attend a university. And then additionally, right, like engage your professors, like just don't accept everything that they say at face value.
Honestly, I think there's another piece, at least for me. I was smart enough that I didn't really have to study through my my undergraduate degree that hard. Um, and if I, and growing up, like basically, I could pretty much understand anything on like a first pass. Um, but like at some point, you get complex enough, like you don't get it on the first pass. But I was still smart enough to just like, you know, make my way through it. Like fake that I understood it, even though I didn't necessarily fully understand it. But it was only until I did my doctorate, there's like this maturity that you have to have where you need to calm down and say, I don't understand something. And it's okay that I don't understand something. And you have to like zen yourself enough that you can go through it enough times that you actually can fully um, sort of ingest understanding of like a new topic, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I think most people who go through undergraduate education, and one of the things that I didn't like is I knew it wasn't like good, that some of these subjects I didn't like really get, but again I could get through them, but I didn't understand them. And it always annoyed me the way they set it up, because they set it up in such a way that if you didn't get it, there like wasn't time to like really understand the pieces you were missing. And it was just like, okay, figure out how to take the test, right?
Right.
So
Right.
you could like mechanically do the work, but you didn't really have an intuition for it because there was some piece that you were missing. And that always annoyed the shit out of me. But there's like nothing you could do about it just because like how it was structured, right?
Right.
The Germans have a different system in engineering, at least at the good schools. What they would do is for your classes, you would take a class, you do all the homework, but then for each course, you would have a practicum, which would be like an interview test with the professor as a final. And you could take it right after, or potentially a semester or more after you actually finish the course. And that's how you would pass. So if you didn't like fully understand it, you were given time to self-study the pieces you didn't know so that you could pass the practicum.
Interesting.
Way better system.
Yeah. Yeah, I can understand
Feels
that. I
like
had a
feels like actually learning, as opposed to
right.
what you just said, which is learning how to take tests, not actually fully mastering the subject.
Well, but the problem was the way they structured undergraduate education was if you tried to take your time to like understand, but you didn't prepare for the test, so to speak, you would never do well on the test. Because one of the things that they would do in the test is they would just put speed on your mechanical execution rather than like give me like if I were to proctor a test, and I've done this before, you do a test and you give them the absolute greatest amount of time possible to complete it based off how long you can reserve a room, right? So then the test doesn't become about the mechanics of you doing it, becomes can you understand or figure out this problem, right? And if you're faster or slower at it, it doesn't matter because like I'll give you a test that you should be able to do in an hour and I'll give you 3, right?
Interesting. So lived in Germany for some time while I was in the military, and one of the other things I learned is just their I forget the word, K through 12 education system is completely different as well. Um, you have the option at an early age to choose whether or not you do like 11 years of school or 13 years of school. So if you want to be like a mechanic or, go into some sort of skilled labor trade, you end up going to one of those institutions early and taking dedicated classes for it sooner rather than later. But if you want, to go above and beyond, like become a doctor, an engineer, or something, you can take up to 13 years of high school and then be better prepared for the next step, which I thought is like great. Um, especially now in America where we seem to have like a lack of uh, skilled labor.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like I think we're gonna have a straight retarded generation with AI.
Man,
Yeah.
I am already so fucking lazy thanks to Claude and Cursor. Like I don't even want to code without it these days. I feel
Well, but
terrible.
but but you even get like dumber with it, right? And you actually
Yeah,
have to switch mode between like dumb mode and smart mode, right?
yeah,
Because like and it's really hard to manage that relationship. Right, like one mode is you're kind of like doing a thing and you're just kind of watching it and giving it advice maybe, and but you're not like highly engaged in like the
nope,
specificity. And then there's a mode where like okay, it doesn't work now and I got to actually figure it out.
yeah. Like I got
And
I got to
but
read the
it's like a
code and
complete
understand it.
it's a completely different like mindset.
Hmm.
So honestly, like I've struggled quite tremendously using AI and I feel almost like cheated, you know, every time like I use it, but at the same time, it's like you have to use it to some degree to remain competitive. It's a weird thing. But the thing is I know that I have the skill to do it myself. But if I was brought up in a way that I was told to problem solve where that was available to me, I know I would have never developed that skill in a robust way.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
So
like
like
so I'm
literally we're gonna
building.
like raise a generation of retards.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Like
I'm building this multi-sig right now, and like I have enough understanding to like know how it's supposed to work. Um, but I'm like in a space now where I'm like, okay, there's things that I don't understand that I need to understand in order to continue to make progress and be confident in like sharing this with somebody else. But I've already kind of like painted myself into a corner where that task feels monumental at this point.
Well,
yeah.
I think it's really interesting to your point, Dr. K. Imagine coders just from the 1990s, for instance, where everyone had to know like the hardcore version of C++ in order to make anything whatsoever, right? Like the people that would naturally get filtered out is just astronomical compared to nowadays, where you can use AI to solve all these problems. But if AI does something incorrectly or breaks, let's just say it goes down for whatever reason, how many people then get filtered out because they don't know it and don't understand the actual fundamentals of what they're doing? It amazes me because the older I get, the more I realize how much the older generations actually knew compared to what we think they knew. Right? Imagine
Oh yeah,
computing
I mean
back in the
it's
1970s.
amazing like what people were able to do with the resources they had. Um like it's almost superhuman in some ways.
Hmm.
um there's a lot of examples. I think, of that, right? Like, you have to realize, I want to say, I think the 777 was the first airplane that was built using CAD.
Interesting.
That means that they figured out how to do the 707, the 727, the 737 on paper.
Yep.
That's like wild to me.
Insane. Yeah, just so
Like,
wild.
how is that even fucking possible? Like, I don't know.
Well, you said it yourself. It's because they actually had to know, you know? They actually had to understand these systems. And the people that didn't know got filtered out because, again, they didn't know. And it was the completely different era, right? Intelligence
Yeah, but
wasn't
it's just like
necessarily as
the
like,
level of skill was just like so high, and it was like the kind of it's kind of like skill of like your old British mechanic
Hmm.
in some ways, where it just seems like kind of know how everything like should work, and they can like get it put together, and they use very simple principles, but somehow it solves almost any problem.
How
Yeah,
much in
but
how
yeah,
much intuition do you think there was? How much intuition do you think we depended on?
I mean, an incredible amount. And
Right.
they were running these calculations by hand, like with slider rules.
Hmm.
And then multiple people would have to go through it and actually understand all of it for it to like pass muster, right? And you
Hmm.
can probably barely find like one person that can do this shit now.
Yeah. 100%.
But give us another 15 years of AI. I mean, what's that going to do to us?
Right. I feel like we've had this problem before though, right? Like sine, cosine, tangent on a calculator. Right? Like eventually, like we get to a place where nobody can actually do sine, cosine, tangent, but we survive.
I'm
I
just going to
mean,
step in and say he's absolutely right.
no, 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 no. I would disagree. I would disagree. So, like, for example, um, we had some issues with some of the work we were doing on Quai where we needed functions in Big Int, but they didn't exist in the Big Int library. So um, it was the fact that I'm enough of a nerd that I remembered how to do like the Riemann, or yeah, I think the Riemann sums is the name of them for the different functions, so that we could do approximations of continuous functions using integer math. But like AI wouldn't tell you that shit.
You don't think so?
No.
No.
Oh, trust me. If there's like certain things that AI completely hallucinates on, like completely. In integer math and big int math is one of. They have no idea what they're doing.
Interesting. That I did not
Yeah.
realize.
Yeah, no, I mean we had to do like some like real designing. So the thing is when you're doing big int math, um you're always in this case of like losing precision, right? So every time you do big int math, if you're gonna like divide something, you have to make sure that you've like multiplied everything first before you do the division. Because if you do the division before the multiplication, you lose precision. And if you're trying to say get a number that is between 0 and 1, you're going to end up with 0 or 1, not a number between 0 and 1, because you've lost all your precision in the second step.
Got it.
If that makes any sense. So like,
Kind of.
and I
Yeah.
mean, another example would be, how do you do math using logarithms derived from integer math, which are technically floating points, right? So the way you do that is you either figure it out or you have background to know how floating points are represented in embedded systems as integers,
Oh, got
right?
it.
And you
Got
have
it.
to
Yeah.
shift your base and then use like a big base to do your math, right? So
Got it.
if I have a decimal
Yeah.
representation, I can't do floating point math because it's indeterministic. So what I do instead is I say, okay, I'm gonna have 32 bits, but that 32-bit is represented not as a decimal, but is represented as 2 to the 32 of that like decimal. So then that puts it back into the integer space. I add in my mantissa and I can just do normal math, but I'm doing all of my math in a field that's basically times 2 to the 32.
Okay, I'm gonna try to summarize and just call out, Steph's comment here. I think is great. Wolfram and Claude need to make a baby. I wonder actually how that might look, or if Claude, can actually interact with Wolfram today.
Does else get like a sense of angst when they use AI
Oh yeah,
to do this stuff?
oh yeah. Like I'm nervous as fuck. I'm like, you're doing things because I'm so used to having total control over like the code and how it's designed, so I can like read it and catch back up and continue building. But I give one simple prompt and I feel lost, immediately lost, and
Well,
unable to
it
like
loses
pick
you.
up.
It
Hmm.
loses you, and it like hallucinates, and it does like way too much in one step. So then, when you want to do the next step, you're like, I don't know where I am, right?
Yeah,
Like it's almost like having a junior dev, right? Like 10,000 lines of code, but then it happens like every 4 minutes, and then you're supposed to like somehow review that shit, right? And half of it's like shit, right? So I would
yeah.
actually say one of the things that I have not seen, and you can kind of do this in some degree with how you interact or prompt engineer like the AI. But if there
Hmm.
was a tool that was like much more constructive with the user, as in to keep you efficient, but if you actually want like an engaged user to create like small steps, that are reviewable. So it isn't just like shitting all over the place. It's like working with you in a way that it knows that you can consume what it's doing.
Right.
Um, I
So
think if you could make that agent that was like more self-aware that it's like working with a human and do it in a more constructive way, it would eliminate that angst and make it like way more effective.
So, um, honestly, that's like what you just called out. I realize is why I like Cursor more than Claude right now. Um, totally understand Claude is what everybody's talking about. It definitely has more potential with all the integrations and community standing up around it. But when I work with Cursor, it actually like tells me and shows me all the code it's changing in a way that I can actually consume it, whereas I can't with Claude. Claude just like blast changes, and then I have to like go through like Git logs or figure out how VS Code can actually show me what just happened. Um, but Cursor is actually a lot more verbose in that aspect, and the latest model I think is just as powerful as Claude right now. But I don't think enough people are using the latest version of Cursor. That's just my 2 cents there.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a strange new world when it comes to actually using this stuff effectively.
Yeah.
Um,
So to
I
summarize,
saw I saw a I saw a meme. It's pretty funny. Where it's like
which
an
one?
orangutan, and they give him like a hammer and a nail, and it like tries to use the nail. It's just like hitting the hammer like upside down on a board, and like the nail isn't pointed in. And then it has like a saw, and it's like sawing at an angle. And then the caption was, when you give your marketing team
An AI
uh,
tool.
an AI tool, they start coding. I was like, shit, man.
Yeah,
It's
that
pretty
makes
funny.
sense.
Well, and that's why I've been silent most this conversation, and that's why like I am even hesitant to even give it a shot, right? Like, sure, I could vibe code something, but I have a friend that lives here. He's a dumbass, and I'm a dumbass, but he's a dumbass. He's really fun. He's a good guy. I like him a lot, but he's fucking retarded. And he is now taking on the moniker of like a founder. He was always kind of a founder type for a different reason, but he's now, you know, running around with that title, with that moniker of founder of an AI company that does video games. And he's literally trying, you know, successfully convincing people that like he's like a deep coder now. And it's to your point. He's an orangutan hitting the nail on the wrong side, you know, with the wrong equipment, you know, upside down. And that's why I even hesitate to even give it a shot because A, like I don't have a deep interest in it, and really, you should devote your life to things you're deeply interested in. But B, if I do, right, A, I'm like starting super far behind, but then B, to your point, I'm just going to do it all wrong and just end up in the wrong place. Whereas Matt and I had a conversation, you know, prior to you joining about like finding ways that it would improve AI would improve my life and my workflow and what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. And it looks completely different from what devs use and see on a day-to-day basis, which is why I'm really happy we got set up with, you know, Cowork, because I can now start actually taking a look and seeing how can it streamline my own workflow. But to your point about like anxiety about streamlining coding to AI, like that's something I just don't I don't personally resonate with because I don't understand, right? Like for me, I use AI as almost like a chat service. If I need to know something really quick, I type it in. If I want to expand on a couple of ideas for me, I do that really quick. If I wanted to write an article, but then I proofread it and change it all up, I can do that. I prefer to write by hand still because AI sounds very robotic versus the human aspect, which I can incorporate into my writing. But I don't get that anxiety that you're talking about because again, I'm not coding things and I'm not throwing it to the wind and then like 2,000 lines of the code appears, you know, after like a minute or so. Right. So I don't share that same aspect. So that's what we were talking about was like, you know, for normies and ClaudeBot, like where are the applications of ClaudeBot for a normie, for a non-dev, right? Like how can they even use this? Because the AI dev world's going crazy about this right now, which is why Matt's standing one up. But like at the same time, like, how does this affect normal people, like regular people, non-coders, right? Like, how does it change their
I will say, you know, on a positive note, there is a lot of application development that AI can do better than humans, like for sure. Um, and you still want somebody like driving it in a way that, you know, it doesn't go off the rails. So you still need like some knowledge of the system, but you know, UI UX front end stuff, you can one shot that stuff pretty easily. Um, but the more in-depth stuff, you still need to know what you're doing. You still need to know what tests you should write, and that you're actually testing, you know, the system in a way that gets coverage because AI still can't do it correctly. And then the deeper you go, and the more math you have, and the more abstraction you have, the dumber it gets. For sure.
Yeah.
That was one of the things that I was contemplating actually doing was Matt and I have talked about an NFT project of my own for a while now, and just having it code the smart contract to go ahead and actually initiate one because it's pretty basic, it's pretty straightforward. Give me the tools to do that. We've talked about several different designs. Matt's even built an a NFT project, but it's the biggest, you know, QuaiSync at the moment. And so I figured it might be a really good place as a playground, as a little sandbox for me to test things out. But haven't got around to that quite yet. I already know what I do, though. It would definitely be QuaiSans and have that be realized for once. So you guys know I love the Saiyan meme. But yeah, understood. And yeah, heard, you know, I like think about how I could use it on a day-to-day basis. And there's some interesting applications, some interesting videos I've watched that definitely give me like a clear path to adoption there.
So you're not thinking about what, you know, diving into something Dan's building with like a cheap price oracle as your very first project?
Oh no. And Dan, if you're watching this again, hat off to you, sir.
Yeah.
Very, very tall task, gargantuan out the gate.
That's a big bite.
Yeah. I don't want to test that. I'll test it. I don't want to use that though.
You don't want to build that?
I definitely don't want to build that. I'll stick with an NFT project and building the front end first. I'll start baby steps.
Yeah, well,
No.
the other thing that's going to happen in this space is, and this has already happened, is the problem is the more complex abstractions you create, the worse your sort of review capability becomes, right? So I hate the fact that anything is written using even JavaScript or npm, because there's
Yeah.
no reasonable way that people are managing their attack surface with it.
Nope.
Um, Given the total aggregate package dependencies, and the attacks happen through the package dependencies, right?
Oh,
Like the
it's still
Bybit
so
hack happened
immature.
because of a hack on one of the imports that Gnosis was using,
Yeah.
right? Um,
I
so
even better
yeah,
example, Dr. K, right? Like they literally like recreated the entire web stack in JavaScript, and just last year there was a massive exploit just because they didn't check the header field length in the Next.js web server. So like it's
oh
still
yeah, I
super
remember that one. But
immature.
the other thing too, and the problem with JS is it's too loose,
Hmm.
just like as a language. I mean, that's why it's kind of becoming more TypeScript than JavaScript. Because when
Hmm.
you don't type things, it's just impossible to keep track well of your variable and memory usage. It just yeah,
Yep.
it's not a good paradigm for robust coding.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was so frustrated when I first started learning it. I think it was like because I avoided it for the longest time, and I think when I wrapped up the VPN, um, and decided to take a hack at building in Web3, and my initial exposure to the Node and Next.js stack, I was just like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like everything I'm installing that people are using in production comes with like 4 medium security vulnerabilities, and if you're lucky, you might get like one high one, and
Well,
then
I'll
the
point this
terminal's
out.
like,
I don't.
please support these projects. I'm like, what
And
the fuck are we building?
anytime 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 we touch JS, Node, or npm, um, we do it on separate computers just for
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Just for that. Nothing
It's
else.
terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I mean, if the problem is it's just so ingrained and convenient
Hmm.
that like you still got to use it for now, but long term, it'd be like a huge priority to just get off that completely for us.
Yeah. So I learned about something recently, actually, building out this multi-sig app, is that there's another framework called Vite, Vite. Now, I don't know the full extent of its capabilities, but it's like super light, and everything compiles down into like 3 or 4 files under 500 kilobytes that you can host on IPFS, which is cool because it doesn't encourage me to depend on anything server side, and so it keeps that tight at least. And so just acknowledge that everything's client side, and you don't get into shady situations when you're passing keys to like a backend API. So
Yeah,
we'll
I
see
mean,
how
there's but
far I can go with it.
there's a ton of there's a ton of traps.
Hmm.
There's things you can do, but like honestly, the best thing to do is honestly not use it. Like I said, if we can fully migrate away from it, we will. Right.
Yeah.
But EVM compatibility and Solidity are still like a thing.
Yep.
So not our favorite, but
No.
sometimes
Oh
you're
man, like even using one of the things I called out in my Dear Crypto Fuck You letter is that like all these frameworks that everybody's building in, every time they update, they make like massive breaking changes, and then they never update the docs. It's the whole the whole system is a giant mess right now. It seems to be getting better, but it's an unfortunate state of things.
Yeah, yeah. We'll eventually
Yeah,
get there, but you got to solve the most immediate problems, I guess.
yeah, no,
Right? Unfortunately,
100%.
this world, it's not about necessarily getting perfect optimality, but it's a combination of maximal utility as well as path dependency, right? So sometimes you got to make choices that aren't necessarily what you want in the long run, but you got to do it so that you can fly a path to get to the long run.
Yep. Yeah, it's a balancing act. Somebody asked me in a previous live stream, kind of in this vein, whether I favor research or practicality. It reminded me of one of your past comments, Dr. K, where we try to take a balanced approach. You need to do the research, but if it's not practical, it's not practical, right?
Yeah. Um, and what I've found, having gotten a PhD and doing research, is that most people that quote unquote do research like do it in a very impractical sense because there's novelty that's useful is very difficult, honestly. Novelty that is not useful or something that can be at least presented as being novel, although it's not, and potentially not useful, is much easier. So that's really the game of academia 99% of the time.
Right. Well, and then extending that to, you know, launching products and getting customers, you need to balance that as well. Right? You're not going to build something perfect initially without the resources, and in order to get the resources, sometimes you need to build a prototype and make sacrifices you don't want to make.
Yeah, I mean, there's a balance, especially in this system, wherein proof of work consensus is like tricky because it's meant to ossify, right?
Hmm.
So we took a very and maybe overly conservative approach where we wanted every main piece of the system to be implemented before we launched it, which is why it took us so long rather than just like launching something and kind of trying to figure it out as we go. Given the amount of time it took us to actually build the system in a relatively, um, unconstrained environment, i.e., one without users and applications running, I'm very glad that we did that, to be perfectly honest, because it'd be impossible otherwise. Right. When we, were testing and developing, right, we'd make just like complete radical changes in architectures or consensus, and it was fine. All you had to do was, restart a couple nodes, delete the database, and like you're off to the races. But if you were doing that in production, you'd have to, figure backwards compatibility, make a migration, make sure that the migrations were forwards backwards compatible, coordinate like an upgrade, et cetera, et cetera. Right. Like right now, ETH has a roadmap, but because there's so many people that are involved in the ecosystem and have things built on it, they're like upgrade cycles 12 months. So they can kind of do like one breaking change every 12 months just because of the coordination overhead. Um, right. And we were doing breaking changes like twice a day. So if we didn't have that flexibility, we would have never have gotten as far as we did as fast as we did.
Right.
So,
The chat has some fun comments. Francisco said he doesn't understand how people vibe code in CLI only. And then Steph is quoting how do you say this? Andre Carpathy says, "I am slowly starting to atrophy my ability to write code manually." I got the tweet pinned up here. It's it's fun. He also quotes, "Generation writing code and discrimination reading code are different capabilities in the brain, largely due to all the little, mostly syntactic details involved in programming. You can review code just fine, even if you struggle to write it." That makes sense. This is an interesting comment as well. It's not clear how to measure the speed up of LLM assistance. Certainly, I feel net way faster at what I was going to do, but the main effect is that I do a lot more than I was going to do because one, I can code up all kinds of things that just wouldn't have been worth coding before, and two, I can approach code that I couldn't work on before because of my knowledge skill issues. So certainly speed up, but it's possibly a lot more than an expansion. A lot more of an expansion? A lot more an expansion. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. I honestly like I haven't found my zen with it, to be honest. Um, when I use it, it always like I don't know. It always just aggravates me, to be honest. So I'm not good at utilizing it in a highly productive way and being able to context switch between telling it what to do and reviewing what it just did.
Right. They say, I am bracing for 2026 as the year of slopocalypse across all of GitHub, Substack, etc.
Yeah, that's like a thing.
Yeah.
Right? What was that app where like women would rate their exes
Oh.
and it started like taking off, but then the person who did it vibe coded it, so the whole database was just like completely open.
Yeah, that was tea time.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
I feel like that's gonna happen, right? Yeah.
Yeah. See, I like. I mean, they also mention, the fun aspect. It's definitely, um, it's more fun for me because I always sucked at making things look good in HTML, CSS, what have you. And so being able to like make an idea look good is a lot of fun. But I, am anxious every single time like I push to GitHub, especially when it's a public repo or when I feel like, I got to deploy something at some point. I'm just not confident in what's actually, running behind the scenes. So there is anxiety for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we like we're pretty strict about not using it in GoQuai.
Right.
Um so like we'll use like auto completes, I guess, but there's no like vibe coding a feature. And anytime someone does it, we can identify it and we're just like, no.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how Claudebot does. I was mentioning to the stream earlier, I wanted a at-home AI agent when Watson came out, and I tried to use the Watson API to build something. I think it was like 2016, 2017, so long before OpenAI. So we'll see how this works. We'll continue this journey on this stream. Um, and we'll see what happens with this multi-sig. It was more of like an exercise to see what was possible in terms of comparing this to Cursor and
Well,
also
so
to.
like the multi-sig effort, right?
Hmm.
If it's tight enough, you can deal with it, right? Because it stays reviewable, but you have to make sure you keep it like very tight. One of the things that AI loves to do is just like shit all over the place,
Right,
right? It rates way too much code, half of which doesn't like work or get executed.
right,
Um, but like something like that, a small enough thing that if you keep it tight, you review it, and you get it to compress, you can get somewhere with it. But you have
yeah,
to be very particular about the size and scope of problem you're trying to use it on.
right, yeah. So I mean, like I have hope for it. Um, it is like very simple smart
But
contract
when you hand
at
it
the end of
over
the
to
day.
us, you know, we're going to be incredibly reluctant to look at it, especially if it's a large line instead of like if it's a large number
Oh,
of lines of code.
yeah, totally
So
understand.
so
I
so
actually,
like
Dr. K,
try to keep it as tight as possible, and we'll review it more quickly.
absolutely. You know, and there's other projects being built in our ecosystem currently, that I know the ecosystem needs, right? So, you know, Curie's hoping to get a review from you guys on Talkin, and then you know some folks have implemented you know some randomness on chain, but you know we are a small team and we have priorities. So I was thinking out loud on the stream the other day with Curie. Um, you know, two options. Perhaps there's a potential for grants for security audits, and or an option uh, for you know popular projects to kind of like crowdfund or set up their own bug bounty programs. Do you have any thoughts on any other ideas to help a project move forward that needs review?
Yeah, I mean, those are pretty like well tested ways of going about it. Um, you just got to make sure you're getting like good, you know, bang for your buck, I guess. But
Right.
yeah, you
Okay.
know, uh, prize pots are good too. So if you think you have something secure, put some money in it and be like, see if you can break it,
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of my
right?
first thoughts with the multi-sig. If it ever gets to mainnet, we'll create one with a decent prize pot in it and see what happens.
Yeah.
And it's
How do we get
also
more people in
potentially
Stratum X, man? That's the question I'm wondering about these days.
right.
We need more feedback from people that have tried to use it and have decided not to use it for whatever reason. We want to know why.
Yeah. That's a good question. I
I
usually
mean, it may be
review.
just as simple as, there's certain payout types, right? Like Hero Miners lets you convert your Kwai to Bitcoin and get paid out in Bitcoin. If that's the reason you're in Hero Miners, we don't do that obviously. So like, I get it, but otherwise, but even if that is the reason, I guess we want to hear about it, so we
Yeah.
know kind of like why people choose one pool over another.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
So one of the things I've been doing on these streams, Dr. K, is just kind of like reviewing the state of SOAP. Um,
Dude, we are
and
so jaded to the success of soap right now. No, like we are like every day because we're doing 50K a day. So like every day we take off, or every other day we take off another $100,000 like landmark, and we don't even talk about it.
right
Yeah,
now, the wins are lining up. Um,
it's like old hat because you're just like, we've done that a bunch of times before.
right,
But like the
right. I
first
mean,
$100,000 like took us 10 days.
yeah,
Now we're doing it like every two, so now it's just like trite.
right,
And eventually we're just gonna like tick millions. Like it ain't anything to write home about.
yeah, yeah. It's interesting to see it
How about the
grow,
fact we just did another flawless hard fork?
right? Yeah, that happened this morning. I kind of want to dive into this a little bit, but to set it up for people who tune in, two things that like I've commented on that I'd love to get your takes on, Dr. K, is like one, we've kind of seen Shaw and Script hash rate flatten out on the 7 day curve, and my best theory, without you know any additional insight, is like when we launched SOAP, we saw Shaw and Script miners kind of test the system, right? And then, you know, I think it was on the 18th or whatever, we had a slight price dip, but you know, we definitely saw you know new hash rate come online up until that point. So my current working theory is that there are new miners coming to Quiet Network, but they're probably doing that you know that test to build their confidence on that 2 week lockup. Um,
Maybe. Like at the end of the
maybe
day, miners
okay.
are like super responsive. So Script and Shaw seem to be super responsive to sort of rewards per hash. So
Okay.
like what you're really just seeing is a leveling of the rewards per hash, as the price and hash rate have kind of sideways for the last 10 days.
That makes sense. Okay.
That's like all you're seeing. But they've
That makes
actually
sense.
closed the efficiency gap. And we've seen them be pretty elastic. The one that's like perplexed us, to be honest, is Kapow, because we thought that was going to be the most elastic hash rate. But it seems to be like the most economically irrational hash rate in the system, whereas Script and Shaw seem to follow the incentives much more closely.
Okay.
And
And
so we don't even understand like what some of these GPU miners are doing. Like, why are you mining Ravencoin when we're paying you more in
right.
Quai? Like significantly more. Um, and then like there's just no hash rate. So there's something about that market that we did not anticipate. Um, which
Got it.
is kind of what something that has to do with the hard fork, which is the other thing that has been interesting is ASICs, right? And there's limitations on ASIC hardware and firmware that we weren't sort of fully aware of when we launched SOAP. So there's like hundreds of different ASICs out there, and there's been subset of ASICs that sort of have um, less capability than other ASICs in terms of how they can update their miners, how quickly they can update their miners, et cetera, et cetera. So we actually shipped a couple changes to the protocol to accommodate a greater swath of existing ASICs, which we think we have 95+% coverage on right now. But
Okay.
that will actually make Shaw and Script even more economically efficient, more elastic than they already are. So, and that should get us more revenue to the protocol as well. So it's a good update.
Got it. Okay. And when you talk about efficiency, like that's usually where I pivot to views like this, where we see the delta and Shaw here
Yeah, so just stay
compared
on
to
that one, right?
Script.
So like if you look at that, right? Shaw and
Yeah.
Script. Right?
And
Like
then
they like approach, right? And like
yeah,
Kapow is just like, I don't even know.
like
So
way
so
off
one
here.
other thing that's happening is we're allowing Shaw and Script more shares. So if they come online, they'll actually get more shares per block than they're getting right now. Because they're more efficient in their like economic choices.
Got it.
So
Makes sense.
if that happens, when that happens, right, our revenue numbers should actually go up quite a bit. So depending on kind of like how it plays out and like how the price action plays out here with the Kraken announcement, um, it's my hope. Like, let's say we get to 10 cents plus this change, we should be doing like 80,000 a day in revenue.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right on. Steph says, pertaining to being jaded about soap, and it's called hedonic or hedonic adaptation, the getting used to things so quickly as to become indifferent to the novel and significant. Sounds like perversion to me, Steph. We need more. We need more.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not jaded. I take offense to that. Not jaded at all. I don't know if you've been paying attention to all the memes, Dr. K. They're important. Hitting every single block as long as I'm awake. I'm hitting every single block. I also posted the growth metrics from last Thursday as well. I actually did address what Matt was talking about a little bit about how it seems like it's hit a small ceiling, but I think we have ways, or we at least know ways in which we can help jumpstart that and continue the growth on that front, which are moving forward as we're talking.
Oh, I don't really think it's literally like people have just been responsive to
Yeah.
the only thing that didn't meet our expectations was the economic rationality and elasticity of Kapow hash rate. Everything else, met our design expectations quite well. And we believe that Shaw and Script at this point are effectively perfectly elastic.
Nice.
It's
that
like
could change,
Elliot said.
once
it's
we
like,
get to
yeah.
higher percentages, right? So like if you look at the total GPU mining footprint, part of it may be that we make up like 65% of it. So, as you make up like more of we basically said GPU mining should be infinitely available, right? But the people actively participating, I guess, are not. The GPUs technically are. And maybe those GPUs are going into, AI or whatnot, and those people just aren't thinking about mining anymore. But we thought that was going to be the most economically elastic and responsive algo, but it turns out Tron script are far more. But at the same time, we make a much smaller percentage of that footprint, right? Which also makes sense, is that as you sort of subsume, the majority of available hash on a hardware type, that hardware type is going to become more inelastic. So the fact is, maybe there's only like 7 sort of terahash of GPUs actively participating in mining right now, and we have the majority of it.
Check Raise is asking Dr. K, if you were buying new hardware to mine Quai indefinitely, would you focus on SHA or Script or Kapow? I'll add that in there.
Profitability, I think long term is going to remain better on Sean script. My guess.
Heard.
I wanted to add one comment to the last statement, the last conversation, which is kind of what Elliot said, is we can plan for rational markets, but people are irrational. And I think that's exactly what you're seeing with Raven Coin, despite like the 5x in profitability, right?
It's like a 3x, but yeah.
I'm business development. I like to be hyperbolic.
Well, it wasn't quite that bad, but it got a lot worse after the happening. Right.
Yeah, it did. I guess Check Raise is trying to double down and delineate between SHA or Script, which is kind of a tough position to put us in. I'd say both. Cough, cough. But
yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. Like the goal here is to grow as large as we can grow, right? So if that's the goal, the ratio of these algos is going to ultimately end up reflecting that as we grow. So, as we are going to try to subsume as much of Bitcoin's hash rate as possible, right? That means that, SHA is going to end up being sort of the majority of total hash rate going into the system, right? Just because the nature of it being the majority of the hash rate in the world. Now, I don't know if that necessarily means that that's going to be the most profitable. If I were going to mine, the way that I would do it in this situation, or if I was just looking to get Quai, to be perfectly frank, I would get a later gen miner, which you can operate profitably on a unit basis. I would mine, I would sell to cover my costs, and I would hodl everything else.
There you go, Check Raise.
Right. So like if you got like an S21, right? You probably only would have to, in like a price even environment, sell half of the Quai to cover your electricity. And if the price is in a rising environment, it's even less than that. So I would get something like that, and I would just cover costs and then hold the tokens, expecting it to go up in value. Is what I would personally do.
Someone's using a computer lab to mine. Now, check raise. I will say, you have asked this question about 5 times, well, maybe like 10 times over the last 5 days, and Shashir's not here right now, but he might call you out on that. But now you've gotten literally, I think, everybody's opinion, including Dr. K
Right.
himself, on this matter. So hopefully that's, and I mean, of course, feel free to continue to ask the community. As I mentioned days ago, having multiple different varying opinions is a very intelligent way to approach any matter. But yeah, now you've literally gotten everybody's opinion, including the doctor himself. So hopefully that helps.
Yeah, I mean, right. Ultimately, what we're doing, guys, is we're recognizing that there's a path dependency to success here, and our goal is to grow this thing as big as possible, as fast as possible, and doing that in a way that doesn't, you know, compromise long-term outcomes. Like, we're gonna do it.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I gotta take a break.
Like, we're
here
gonna
in a
play this
second.
game active. We're gonna play this game hard because honestly, I think there's kind of like a great flushing taking place. I think the majority of crypto projects are like dead in the next 12 months. Perfectly frank with everybody, and I think the ones that are left are the ones that like have value. We think that we have value, and we are trying to make a play so that we get a spot in the projects that are left.
Hash rate's the game. I
Hash
gotta
rate's
take
the
a quick
whole
break.
game, guys. It's
Sorry,
the whole
team.
game.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what people like don't recognize is that hash rate, like, well, there's a couple things. One is most people don't realize that proof of work is what this is going to consolidate to. And then the other thing is that proof of work is won by the hash rate. So what SOAP does is it allows the systems to compete on utility rather than just who has the most instant, like, from being first. So the way I see the market playing out is there's going to be a couple of chains that are kind of like proof of stake. They have some stable coins on them. They're going to be like one part of the market, and proof of work is going to be the other part of the market. But in the longer term, the things that are going to actually look like systems that don't just get completely co-opted and subsumed by TradFi are going to be the proof of work systems. So
Yeah, we're obviously seeing that happen, and I typically try to avoid TA for a lot of reasons, especially with such an immature market. Even TA on Bitcoin sometimes, a lot of times, doesn't necessarily make the most sense. So traders will obviously argue otherwise, but there is one person that I know has called it accurately for the last 17 years, who kind of espoused the same thing. He said that things will be pretty rough for the next 9 months. He was talking about not buying whatsoever until about September, October this year, due to the rocky waters he saw happening. And this is one of those old school degen meme accounts that has correctly predicted a lot. So it seems silly at first, but this is the institution cycle. And Matt and I have talked about what happens when a player like Saylor or many others gathers enough of the supply and then decides that they want to do something and then takes everyone with them. It's just somewhat, I believe, what you're alluding to. Before we continue down that road, though, I wanted to share something. I don't know if you've seen this yet. I briefly shared it this morning, but obviously I had to jet since I had a meeting I had to hit and everyone had things going on. Have you seen this yet? That's called cryptoinflation.eu.
no, I haven't.
So I have, I think I'll bump it in Discord. Very useful, very, very useful. And Matt and I were talking about this briefly earlier at the outset of the stream. But it does give very clear metrics. And let me see if I can find the pie charts. But it gives very, no, that's the wrong place. Very clear indication of what's happening with inflation and proof of work networks, what's happening with emissions. I think maybe I go to layer 1. No, let's stick here. And then, of course, which networks are dominating and producing the most. And find it very fascinating, especially from a SOAP perspective, to understand things such as Equihash versus RandomX and how they're actually doing overall when it comes to emissions, and which ones are worth the time and which ones are not worth the time, so to say, especially when it comes to the overall plan. Matt, do you remember how you got to the pie charts? I found it yesterday too. And I'm
yeah, it's like one of
mining index. I think
top top line items.
What I found really fascinating, Dr. K, was the breakdown, especially when presented like this, and really seeing the difference between them all, and like what piece of the pie, for instance, like a Bitcoin Cash has.
Can you share that?
It's on screen now. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know if you can see it you probably can see it on screen, but I'll share it internally on Discord as well.
Yeah. I'm gonna ping
out.
Alan.
There's a pie chart. Showing me a pie chart. Your screen is showing that.
Right here. This pie chart.
Or is that a circle graph? Am I just using the wrong nomenclature?
It's a donut chart, I guess.
Let me try to be smart.
Which is a pie chart without a center.
But it is very clear. I found it really difficult, to see all this information all in one area in a very digestible fashion, but B, I also found it really hard to figure out the emissions from Zcash. All the sources that I was looking at weren't able to actually provide me with accurate numbers that made sense to me. And then this, which, by the way, cheers to Noah for this. And then he found it on Reddit, which the thread in which it was actually sourced had like 8 likes on this. So again, just saying the best information sometimes no one knows anything about and no one's seen it. But this has all of the aggregate Zcash information. Matt, or at least apparently, if all the data is accurate. And Matt actually did a little bit of a fact check, if you will.
There's also if you go to F2 pool, you go to Power Rankings.
Another great website, F2 pool. Aren't we partners with these guys? I think so, right?
They had a Kawhi pool in their early
Sorry,
days.
can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we dropped for a second.
Yeah, but do they have emissions? Market cap price, they have volume, they have proof of work produced, which I guess is kind of emissions, right?
Yeah.
But only over 24 hours is their way to go, and they have remaining supply. That's actually really nice.
Oh, sorry, Christopher. I didn't see you were sharing your screen. Let me know if you still want to share it.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, we can hear you. I stopped sharing.
Yeah, there's another resource if you're trying to compare. F2 Pool has Power Rankings. They don't include everything, but they certainly include the top 10 except us. It's a common story here. Being censored by the man.
Being censored, changing the game.
Why isn't it scrolling?
So you guys goaded me to getting on the stream. Brought up DeFi Llama. Needed to roast him a little bit.
You can roast. Shout out to Checkraise for the best word I've seen all day. It says Dr. K has the basest takes. Basest takes. Basest. And it still sounds
That's
good.
a name.
Also, actually, I think maybe you've already been called this before in the past, but Steph has the perfect nickname of DK for Dr. K, even though Dr. K is a great nickname, but he called you DK earlier. And big fan
No,
of
I'm
Dr.
kind of
Tom
liking the
Lyon.
initials just DRK because it's like dark. Also,
I
Dr.
was,
K.
I was thinking.
Reminds me of the PRK for some reason.
That's what I was going to say. It was like the Democratic Republic of
It's the DRC. Right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's the
No, it's the
Democratic
People's Republic
Colombia.
of Korea, right? It's the
Yeah.
PRK.
What-
Yeah.
whatever it
PRK, DRC.
is. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know,
Alright.
DK. I don't know.
Last
It's
note on
DK.
this.
That's just Donkey Kong, man.
Yeah, dude, I know it's dumb, but it works.
Last
You're
note
telling me you're not an ape, bro?
Yeah, Christopher, I know you're trying to reach out to these folks, right?
Oh, which one? Oh, yeah, these guys. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
again, I was going to, and Noah and I were talking back and forth, and he was saying that we weren't listed on there, but you found out live on stream that we are. So,
Yeah, so I just want to like double tap this real quick for those who are listening in. This
That's
is probably
like a completely wrong number, though.
bingo. Yeah,
it's off by about like 30 million, right?
I mean, I know. You can like literally just do like a number, like a multiple here.
yeah.
Right. Like
So FYI,
that should be 63,000, which would put us in the top 10, right?
on a
Not
mission.
16,000.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they're a little out of date, and then we so FYI on circulating supply, this number is off. This number is not accurate. It's probably 10 mil higher than that, and
The emissions number is not accurate by like a factor of like 4 or 5 at least.
okay, so emissions isn't accurate, circulating supply isn't that accurate, and then just FYI on the inflation numbers, they actually do a point comparison to a year ago. So
a year ago was 0.
yeah, effectively.
We haven't made it to a 1-year anniversary yet.
No. So, where did I find that? Inflation calculated. Percentage increases supply over that period is the annual inflation rate. Comparing the calculated by comparing circulating supply from 1 year ago to today's supply. So, just FYI for those of you who are looking at this number.
Can you rename this to Crypto After Dark? Was that possible?
Probably. Let me try. Boom.
Nice.
Trying to bring Alan.
I'm going to retweet this.
Do it.
Wait, what you say?
Check raise. DRK is the motherfucking ticker. Love it. Love it. We are.
I wonder when we're gonna move past the narrative of what's the ticker. I've been thinking about that for a while now. Like, I love the meme check raise. I don't mean to talk shit right now or spread shade, but like, what's the ticker is probably one of the biggest cancers that came out of this cycle. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that Pump Fund like lost so much money for so many people because of that. I don't know if we want to espouse on that, but
you know what? So
it's Kwai. It will always be Kwai.
On a similar but different topic, you know, Christopher, you kind of brought this up in the Kwai Nation space today. I feel well. Both things reminded me of something I wanted to ask you. I feel like I'm seeing more Ethereum maxis start to actually discuss the issue with fiat. And I noticed that Cup of Joseph actually replied to one of your comments recently.
Dude, Cup of Joseph has me blocked for some reason.
That's interesting. He's, you know, a pretty big character in that space. member of the Arbitrum DAO and has launched a few different stablecoin projects over the years trying to decentralize it. He was a huge proponent of Rye back when that was a thing.
Did he actually work on Rye or no?
I'm not clear on his involvement, but he was a huge proponent. He's generally, like, I would describe him as somebody that is trying to move stablecoins to a more decentralized space. And so
And
I've
he's
been
in the ETH ecosystem.
very deep in the ETH ecosystem.
So you could also just describe him as lost.
Yep.
But him and a number of other like .eth handles recently have been talking about this. So I'm actually wondering, if we can continue to follow up with these folks, it might be a good conversation at ETH Denver this year.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'm following all of his notifications, and it was very opportune that I managed to respond to him basically right after he posted it.
Which is surprising because I feel like he rarely replies, and every time I've been harassing him for a while. He's from Raid Guild, and so I've even like responded to him, and maybe
You know
he
what
just
I'm
hates me.
excited, guys,
Maybe
about?
he just hates me.
I'm
What?
excited that the politicians are literally painting everything that is a stablecoin into an uncompetitive corner with both the Genius Act and this follow-on of Clarity drafts that
Mhm.
we've seen. And ultimately, the only way out of it is creating something that is stable, that is not classed as a stablecoin, and that's literally what we built.
Yep.
So we're going to have the only competitive legal thing that can compete with a stable coin that we can't call a stable coin, but it's going to be more stable. So we can call it the energy dollar instead.
Have you seen Nintron's post last night in the price discussion
But
channel?
it's like it's almost hilarious. They're literally like rug pulling the competitiveness of the dollar by creating these rules. Also, which is interesting, is whatever is going on in silver and gold like right now might not actually be about silver and gold at all, but maybe about the beginning of de-dollarization of the world.
Well, it's definitely China's response, right? At least for silver, to what happened in Venezuela.
No, I mean this has been going on all year though, like pre-Venezuela.
Is it de-dollarization or pro CBDC? It's just the dollar in a different name. I guess you
No, I
could
mean
still call it.
basically okay. So what's happened is the fiat system is coming to a head. It's collapsing, right? We went off the gold standard in 71. That was like the first collapse. You had the banking crisis in the early 90s. That was maybe like a very minor secondary collapse. 2008 was a big thing, and then COVID was a big thing. We've basically gotten to the point that we've printed all of this money. People are finally losing faith in the dollar itself. And you're seeing that reflected in inflation, but now commodity prices. And commodity prices were historically controlled so that it would make inflation look less pernicious, right? If you actually read, Greenspan's memoir, he wasn't targeting 2% inflation. He was or relative to CPI. He was trying to hold the dollar price relative to gold. That's like what his strategy was throughout his tenure. And this like decoupling that we're seeing is potentially of futures markets, the like repricing taking place live. So for years we have said there is unsound money, and this fiat unsound money will fail. But we may actually be witnessing it take place right now.
I can see it. I mean, so a long time ago, when I first started talking about Quai with some of my contacts who still work for unnamed agencies, they expressed a fear to me that the fall of the dollar is a part of the plan to usher in a CBDC. So if they
Yeah,
can
well, I
do,
mean,
if they can do that before BRICS gains the traction it needs, I think that's the plan.
yeah, but the thing is, CBDCs will fundamentally fail if we give people any other choice,
Right. That's the
right?
key.
So like that's the
People
key,
need a
is that we
choice.
have to build the other choice,
Hmm.
else they will succeed.
Yeah. Another metaphor I use a lot is the tower versus the square, or the cathedral versus the bazaar. Cathedrals and towers are erected at a certain point in time when people need them, but eventually the square and the bazaar achieve net new capabilities and are actually at odds with the tower and the cathedral. And so the tower and the cathedral fight to maintain their relevance. But when they collapse, it's either you know very painful because the square or the bazaar hasn't produced the replacement yet, and so they're forced to do so. But there's times when the square actually has the replacement, so when the collapse happens, people can easily pivot to the alternative. And so that's what I hope. That's what I hoped crypto would do. But long story. That's why we ended up here.
Very relevant, but Matt, if you don't mind, could you share your screen for the Good to Know channel? Or I aggregated his posts, but it's 3 graphs that Nintron whipped together last night. Brilliant guy. I hope he's in chat right now. See that we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Because what he did, Dr. K, you probably didn't see this, but he took so 3 different graphs. One of them is the SP 500 year close, and he compared it in USD and then it in Chi, which is what Matt's showing up on the screen right now. And you can clearly see if things were denominated in electricity, the lack of inflation would radically change the overall price structure.
Yeah, no, Nintron's graphs are pretty great. We should turn those into tweets and circulate them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking with this.
You're gonna have to make it a more tweetable graph. So maybe you can get him to modify his axis. So 1, it has a label with units, and then 2, it's legible.
What do you mean by legible?
You need bigger fonts.
Oh,
So
okay.
that when I view it on my phone
That makes sense.
as a thumbnail type thing, I can see the graph.
Yeah, he's definitely open. Is there a specific thing that you
I've
like?
produced far too many graphs in my life.
Yeah.
Right. So this one doesn't have a bottom axis, right? And for example, he doesn't need the double zeros. So cut off the double zeros, increase the font size, increase your title size, increase your font on your
Legend.
Thank you. And then we need an x-axis with a title with units as well. Yeah,
Dope
same
graphs,
comment. And you could put this in thousands, right? As the title on the X.
I'm also curious how he got the data for Chi. I guess he took average electricity costs and then
Yeah, he's just using electricity costs over time.
Yeah.
So he's normalizing into kilowatts basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to step away for a couple seconds because I got to feed family, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
No worries. I'm trying to bring Alan in here. I know he wanted to join us at a certain point. But yeah, guys, our community's absolutely cracked. I love these guys. What up, Noah? Noah asks, so y'all think precious metals will keep going up? Good question. What do you think, Dr. K?
So I was long. since like June. I closed that like a week ago, and
Uh-oh.
then I went short yesterday, and then I ended up closing that intraday today. Right now I am flat on PMs because it's so volatile. I don't know what's going to happen in the short term. In the longer term, I think they're going up. I think you could see gold at 10,000. Um, I think you could see so well. I mean, and this is like in today's dollars. So if it really starts breaking the dollar, I mean, basically it goes to infinity, right?
Yeah.
Now, the
Yeah.
fundamental problem that's going to happen here is you're still going to get screwed when the paper versions of this stuff collapse, right? So the one that's like very much in play right now is Comex could have a force majeure. And if that happens, the Comex price is going to decouple from the physical price um, almost completely. So I don't know. And then what they'll do too is they're going to put limits on like positions, and they'll start like forcibly closing things. Um, right. I don't know if that trickles into like affecting like rules on SLV even, um, or GLD, but the problem is like right now, today, and for like the next week, you're probably selling like paper precious, but I don't know 3 months from now.
Oh,
So it's going to get a very tricky environment to navigate, because the other thing is like try having a lot of a precious metal in physical form. They like suck.
yeah.
Like they suck. Right? Like a big box of like Eagles is like $2 million now. Uh, but I mean that's only $2 million, and it weighs like I don't know what it is, like 60 pounds. It's like incredibly ridiculous,
Yeah.
right? Uh, so the environment's going to get very dicey as this keeps playing out, and then that's potentially going to feed back into the solvency of the whole system, which may mean even though you're not like in precious metals or in paper speculation on precious metals, right, it might end up affecting your bank balances or the format thereof. So like this world is going to get dicey, and people should start thinking about counterparty risk.
I wanted to ask Dr. K, are you familiar or have you read into Ray Dalio's principles for the changing world order?
So I'll just make one aside. I and again, everyone should like look at these things
Sure.
individually, but the most popular mechanisms by which people participate in these different markets are like most likely all going to get like screwed over in some way. Um, One alternative to gold, at least, that I think is relatively well set up is the Van Eck Trust, which is OUNZ. So it's a trust that's redeemable in um, gold, and the redemption is um, something pretty small. I want to say it's either like 10 or 100 ounces. Um, but it's small enough for, if you got a decent amount of money, like you can actually demand redemption and get delivery. Um, so like I would hold that over holding GLD at this point. If you're talking about silver, unfortunately, there's not a vehicle that's quite the same. There's one that's called PSLV, but that's your counterparty is the Royal Canadian Mint. And although I think it's technically private, it's like a private public sort of thing. So I wouldn't trust any precious metals that are supposedly reserved there for private entities, because they're probably going to get expatriated at some point to the government. So, um, yeah, yeah, like this next year, honestly, I think people are going to really have to think about what they have and what counterparty risks they have.
Interesting.
Sorry, go ahead. What's the reference?
So one of the, I mean, I've heard about Ray Dalio's, framework for the changing world order. He's got a great YouTube video on it. It high level rings true to me. So I don't know if he's like crying wolf too much at this point, but recently he's been posting a lot more. And so on January 26th, he actually stated it's now happening. The existing fiat monetary order, the domestic political order, and the international geopolitical order are all breaking down. So, are you familiar with it? And then if you are, like,
Um,
thoughts?
yeah, I mean, I know who Ray Dalio is. I've like seen him talk about different things from time to time. I'm not familiar with this specific
Okay.
reference, but like it very much feels like we're kind of at the point of reckoning.
Yeah.
Um, and I think it's going to play out faster than people think. So, as historical examples, right? We talk about hyperinflationary events in the past. Um, and one example of that, say Weimar Germany, when the hyperinflation actually takes place, it takes place in like 18 months.
Dang. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So like that should like frame your sort of like pace of like how this can happen. It's like 18 to 24
Yeah.
months.
Um, so I mean, generally speaking, like I agree with his analysis and how he like thinks about things. The one piece that he never seems to like dive into, and I actually had a conversation on X about this recently, um, is that he likes to talk in terms of what the dominant reserve currency is and the overall debt cycle. But in my opinion, based on what I know, his cycles align along with the fiat cycles we've seen in the past as well. So like what he doesn't touch on is going from like hard money to forms of fiat and fractional reserve banking, which seem to align with his cycles. For some reason, he doesn't talk about that at all. But thought it.
So here's like one thing that I'll say, guys, as like we're talking
Hmm.
about this is um if this world was as simple as buying gold and like holding it, we wouldn't have to work so fucking hard, right? The problem is try to like buy and store any significant amount of gold safely,
Yeah.
and then do it in a way that it's not going to be confiscated when the system collapses, right? Everyone should be familiar with, I believe it's 6102.
What's that?
You guys, Executive Order 6102, I think it was. It's 6102 or 6104.
I am not familiar with that.
Yeah, it's 6102. So
33
this is when
of
Roosevelt
gold. Yeah.
Ah,
unilaterally confiscated everybody's gold and made it illegal to own gold as a like a non-numismatic or jewelry type thing. He just like stole everybody's gold.
okay. Yeah, I'm familiar with the event.
And he literally stole it like out of your safety deposit box too.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. No, I'm familiar with the event. I didn't know the nomenclature.
Yeah. So I mean, when you're talking about, counterparty risk, like how do precious metals work? Like they don't is the fundamental problem. Like maybe they work in some nominal size, but like if you're talking about real amounts of accumulated wealth, I don't understand how they work well. Um, right? And the paper forms of them like have even more counterparty risk than the like systemic counterparty risk than the like hard stored forms of them. But the hard stored forms of them, like how do you do that safely without introducing counterparty risk? Like it's like a pretty wild solution space, right? So in the case of like true collapse, the only thing that even begins to remotely make sense is some type of proof of work based cryptocurrency in my mind, because it's independent of the powers that be. Now, the problem is you're going to have issues transacting it unless it can scale. So if you just follow this like very simple thought experiment of like what's coming down the pipe if fiat collapses and you're saying how do I solve this problem, you very quickly get to I need to build something like Quai. And that's why we're here.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I always saw crypto as a solution, but didn't see anybody else actually focusing on the problem that the white paper claimed to make an attempt at, until I listened to that podcast with ATX DAO and discovered Chi. And I don't know if you remember, Dr. K, but that was my first question to you when we met. I was like, how does it work? Like, I want to be able to tell other people how it freaking works, because everybody in the Ray Guild community saw the same issue.
Yeah. No, I mean, Chi is actually simpler than like people. It's kind of like left curve, right curve, mid curve here.
Mm-hmm.
On the left, it's very simple. On the right, it's very simple. In the mid curve, it's like utterly confusing, right? So Chi is an energy dollar. How is it an energy dollar? It's because it's emitted proportional to hash. A hash cost is dominated by energy. Therefore, if you tokenize hash, you're tokenizing energy. That's like the simple form. Then it gets slightly more complicated because you have to say, well, I have to have a mechanism of creating elastic supply. So we end up with a system that allows you to mint Chi by burning Quai, or minting Quai by burning Chi. Then you have to say, what is the fair clearing rate? The simple answer to that is the fair market rate. But it's done in protocol to allow the supply to adjust appropriately. How is it done in protocol? It uses market behavior to oracleize the external price to the protocol, and that's what establishes the fair clearing rate. It's very much like an AMM. That's like the simplest form I can give it to you. And that's pretty much all you need to know. Now, if we like dive down the engineering rabbit holes, right, we could mid-curve it for like days.
Right.
You've heard my left curve.
I don't think that's gonna.
We've heard my left curve take, right?
It's an energy dollar.
No, that's a good one though. No, energy in equals reward out. That's my left curve take.
Oh, it's not terrible.
I think it makes the most sense for us dummies out there.
Yeah, but the other thing that like I'm just kind of loving with all this bullshit regulation they're trying to push is they're literally making the dollar or dollar-like electronic variations uncompetitive. Another one that I saw, I don't know, did you guys see that Tether launched?
Yeah,
What did they call it today? USAT?
Yeah.
But notice how they didn't say, hey, Tether is now going to be a regulated stablecoin. They're like, we're going to make the second product that's like only a regulated stablecoin for the US market. Because they know that Tether itself is a vastly superior market that no one outside of the US like would not prefer over USAT. They're basically making like the crippled version of Tether for people in the US.
Yeah, the announcement confused me. I'm like, wait, so it's just Tether, but it's the US?
No. It's a shittier form of Tether.
Yeah.
It is quote unquote compliant
with all the T-bills.
But from a consumer perspective, it's less utility and less value. So what's going to end up happening is you're probably actually going to see USAT always trade at a a discount to USDT.
Now, I guess I would ask, like, why, in your opinion, would you say it's a shittier version? Now, before you answer, because I know you want to jump on that. Obviously, Tether didn't really have any regulation or reporting requirements for a very, very long time until really shit hit the fan and they were forced to do so. And then suddenly it's like, hey, it is all back, right? And so I'm guessing that's your take on why it's quote unquote a shittier version, or like the crippled version, is because obviously it's going to be fully audited by like T-bills and other assets that are actually geolocated within the United States.
Well, like first off, a T-bill isn't a real form of collateral. Like straight up. The fact that like Tether has, I think they're like becoming one of the biggest like holders of gold next to like sovereigns or like central banks. Like they know what's coming too. Yeah, I mean the if you look at everything around the Genius Act and what it does, it's not really meant for consumer protection. It's meant to give regulators surveillance, taxing, and confiscation power over the assets. So if like that's the case, like why would you hold that asset over the one that's just meant to be a reference to a dollar on chain?
Super clear. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Potentially backed by like harder collateral.
Tough times, Ed. That makes sense.
Well, but the same thing is like the other thing that I'll point out is that like nobody fucking wants the dollars in the future,
No.
right? And then you're gonna say, okay, well, let's collateralize gold and like try to first order improve this like Peter Schiff. But then you're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna have Peter Schiff like hold my gold in a vault somewhere, and I'm gonna trust Peter Schiff.
Nope.
Like he's a fun dude and all, but I don't want to like trust him with a ton of money, But I don't want to trust like anybody with a ton of money because like I can't even trust like the Royal Canadian Mint, right? So if that's the case, then we need a reference that isn't a dollar, that isn't physical. So the only thing we get to is energy. That's literally like the only thing left that has any like meaning in the physical space. And then the question is, okay, well, how do you oracleize that without creating a trusted intermediary? Maybe there could be like a computationally bound process, proof of work, right? So like if anybody else has a solution, I'd love to hear it, because literally with sort of 2 steps of this thought experiment, you'll come to the conclusion that the only way to do this is energy-based money of some form.
Boom. Well, quick update on the Claude bot. We got an Intel NUC fired up. We got a fresh operating system installed on it.
We got a little nookie.
Yeah, we got a nookie. Time to go find out what the deal is with CloudBot. Let's check it out. Boom.
I was hearing about all these people trying to get CloudBot installed on a iMac or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I compared
Yeah.
resources to a Mac Mini.
Mac Mini,
and sudo is required for system install. Of course, sudo is required for system installs on Linux.
Just do sudo su and then npm install. You'll be good.
I'm looking at this curl one-liner here.
Come on, man. You didn't even laugh. That was an absolute joke. I hope everyone realizes that was a joke.
No, I totally missed it. Sorry.
I said just do sudo su then npm install. You'll be
Oh
good.
my gosh. uh, install
Perfect.
npm across the entire system with root access.
Yes.
Yeah, no, we're not going to do that. I totally forgot.
It's the only way to develop,
I
man.
actually have to install.
Toolchain is too hard to manage
I
otherwise.
actually have to install sudo on this system because it doesn't come with it by default. And that's why I love Gentoo. Because not only does it not
I'm
install,
just making developer jokes over here,
not
Christopher.
install by default, but I have to
I'm just
compile.
making memes.
I have to compile it from source. Who else is running an entire Linux system compiled from source?
Yeah, you said that, and I literally was like, oh, he gave him the command. I hope he learned something from that.
I don't know if people have seen this. I've shared it maybe a few times last year, but I like making fun of myself. So there's a page dedicated to how ridiculous Gentoo is. It's called Gentoo is for Ricers. Like the annoying teenager next door with a 90 horsepower import sporting a 6-foot tall bolt-on wing. Gentoo users are proof that society is best served by roving gangs of armed vigilantes dishing out swift, cold justice with baseball bats to those fucking rice bastards. We did it though. Took all day, but we got it done.
Wahlberg here is asking about the midterms. The midterms are going to go depending on when we either see a market crash or a major conflict breakout. So if the market crashes, it tends towards the party out of power. If we see a major conflict breakout, it tends towards the party in power.
So also just to add,
Given the current stasis set, I think the Democrats basically, what's the name of this in Japanese? Seppuku or
Seppuku.
whatever. You stab yourself in the stomach.
Seppuku.
What is it? Yeah, they did that to themselves. So, barring major conflict or a major crash, I think the Republicans have the advantage.
that's ultra optimistic. I do appreciate that take. I look to history more as the example here. The only time in the 21st century that the House did not flip during midterms was in 2004. Or sorry, it was in 2002. It was right after 9/11. And the only time it didn't flip, the later half of the 20th century was, interestingly enough,
Was it Reagan?
it was actually Carter. It did flip during Reagan, but it didn't flip during Carter, which was pretty interesting. And then the only other example in the 20th century was during FDR, in which the entire time it never flipped. The entire time the Democrats controlled everything for 16 years.
And they created a social welfare system that we're still burdened with today.
Yeah. Thank you, Social Security. Can't wait to get my check.
Right. You know what I told people at the university who were like super on board with socialism? Like, you want socialism, just join the military. It's that simple.
That's pretty funny.
Everybody
actually.
gets paid the same, free healthcare, free education. Yeah.
You probably pissed them off pretty good.
Oh
saying
yeah.
that.
No, they hated it. Right. And then everybody else who were like, I can't go to college, and join the military. College for free.
Yeah, my dad was in the military because of that.
I
He managed to pay his way through college, but he didn't have money for med school.
No.
So join the military.
Yeah, it's not for everybody, but I actually think our society would be a lot better off if everybody went through boot camp. You know, like there's some great skills you learn in there, like how to work with strangers, how to not be an asshole, first aid, land nav, how to read the weather.
So, in terms of like practical skills in the military, and even the athleticism part, like I think I could do all
Mm,
right, especially when I was younger. Um, Quietly dealing with like utter incompetence,
yeah,
I think I would really struggle with.
yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem. They have to teach a number of people how to tie their boots. I'll just say that. How to brush your teeth. You know, like when you get to the military, right, and especially in boot camp, like every minute of every day is important, and so frankly, you can't wait for people who do things at an unreasonable pace or inefficiently. So dealing with people who don't know how to tie their boots or wash their hands or frankly even like make their bed.
You could you could see how I would struggle there,
Oh
yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's both a struggle and it's also like entertaining, right? Because you don't have to deal with it. The drill sergeants do. So I got a ton of entertainment out of, having the drill sergeants deal with that. Because they got the best one-liners I've ever heard. I dare not repeat the ones that are coming to mind right now. So,
How realistic was the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket?
super realistic, actually, in my opinion. Definitely toned down these days, right? Like even in combat arms, drill sergeants aren't allowed to like put their hands on soldiers. There's like exceptions, right? So at the grenade range where you learn how to throw live grenades, they're absolutely allowed to put their hands on you. Um, but when you go, it depends on your MOS and what basic training you go to. I'm speaking, infantry, U.S. Army. The rhetoric and the attitude and the intensity. At least it was there in 2009 for sure.
You know, the one I remember is, "You're from Texas, boy? Only two things I know come from Texas. Steers and queers, and I don't see no horns on you, boy."
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of rhetoric like that.
It's pretty
You
funny.
get you get away with a lot when it's all men or boys and nobody has access to a cell phone. You get away with a lot. Um, I learned the value of hazing, right? And so like you have to be able to depend on people in you know combat situations, and so like there is like a limit, but um,
There's also a purpose to
that's
it, right?
that's the
Like it
point.
developed evolutionarily, like for a
Yeah,
reason, right?
absolutely, absolutely. Um, yeah, so when you're expected to like go down range and some guy is supposed to be covering your six, like you need to make sure you can trust them. So there's a purpose to hazing, 100%. I remember having conversations with some of the fraternities after I got out and went back to school. Um, they wanted me to like join their frat, and I'm like, nope, I'm good. I ain't going through that bullshit again. First of all, second of all, you guys have no fucking clue what you're doing and why you're doing it. And yeah, I'll get in trouble if I get too into it.
It's funny. I had an interesting one. So I was flying the other night, and I looked out the window, and at nighttime, when you have a clear sky, you see lights on the ground,
Hmm.
right? But when I saw these lights, they were just like so interspersed, and it was like just like so um um so sparse and just like so not bright. I was like, what's wrong with this place? Like, where the fuck am I? Like, I've never seen anything like it. Because when you're flying over, the mainland United States, if you look at the window and see lights, like they'll be bright, they'll be like sprawling, they'll be fractals. Even if you're over like
Hmm.
farmland, you see like the squares where like each little farmhouse is light in it, right? And then you see like the roads lit up and
Hmm.
shit, right? I'm like, this is the eeriest thing like I've ever seen in my life. Like, where the fuck am I? And so I look at the map. I'm flying over Cuba.
Oh wow.
So circling back, boys, like that's what communism gets you is like you don't even like light up. I'm pretty sure if you look at a map and you look at like the night sky, it's probably like North Korea,
Yeah.
right? If you've ever seen
Hmm.
that, like with China, there's just like a black hole where they're supposed to be a continent or like a country, and just because they're so backwards and they can't even have like a power grid, there's no lights. Cuba's 100% the same thing. Um, so I was like, oh, that like really sucks. And then after we flew over Cuba, we flew over Haiti. Now, the funny thing about Haiti is you'll meet people from the Democratic Republic, or sorry, the Dominican, and more than one person that I've met from the Dominican Republic has just like volunteered that they think the Haitians are cannibals. Okay, um, but the lighting over Haiti was better than the lighting over Cuba. So, from a development standpoint, being a cannibal is better than being a communist.
That's a funny take. I had the inverse experience
But sorry,
in
sorry. So
Afghanistan.
there's one other thing that I realized,
Yeah.
which is because in the modern world, our lifestyle is so dependent on electricity. I've often thought that the Amish will inherit the world, but now it's going to be the Amish and the Cubans
The
because
Amish
like
and the
they don't have
Cubans.
electricity. So like CME hits, like shit goes out. It's not going to make a difference for them.
I don't know. I think it's the uncontacted tribes that are going to inherit the world, and that's gonna. We're all going to kill ourselves. Everyone's going to get, offed, and
I don't
then
know, dog. You ever
uncontacted
see the
tribes are
Amish
going to
put up a
emerge.
barn, man? I don't think any uncontacted tribe is going to compete with the Amish.
Nope.
I mean, those bearded motherfuckers will pick up a barn and move it down the street a mile with their
Yeah.
hands.
Well, they got the written word. The uncontact tribes can't communicate like that or store knowledge like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Um,
Like the Amish, outside of like maybe not bathing as frequently as, um, most people with indoor plumbing and electricity might like, they like got their shit together,
yeah.
you know?
Jim asks, how do you get Amish people on Quai? Only custodian chi? QR codes, maybe? Printed QR codes?
And you just got to make some cachechious coins,
There you go.
right?
Yeah. I had an inverse experience in Afghanistan that'll live with me to the day I die. 8 months in country, all we did were like night missions basically. And I remember one day patrolling an area we hadn't touched yet, and I saw a light in my night vision goggles, and it was the weirdest light I had ever seen. And it took me a while to realize that it wasn't moving, right? And that it was electricity that was powering that light. Every other light I had seen in Afghanistan for the 8 months I was there was powered
Was
by flame.
fire.
Yeah, it was flames. So the
Yeah.
lights were always moving. And then like 8 months in, I was like, what the heck is that? Like, oh, it's electricity. I only see that on the base. That's what that is. Guys, we need to check out that house. Pin that freaking grid spot. How do they get electricity? That's suspect.
You're gonna have to go interrogate them.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh,
Man,
yeah. I'll never forget that experience. Just like getting so used to, we had electricity on base, but you never use your night vision on base. So, just the adapting to new normals, um, is a fun experience.
yeah.
So we had to compile Node.js for ClaudeBot. So that's what we're doing right now. You called it, Dr. K.
Did you make sure to give it sudo su before you started? Very important.
No, no. We're just compiling the binaries. Well, I mean, I don't understand why it needs sudo to install ClaudeBot, but it probably wants more. Good thing, like this is why Christopher was talking about it earlier. People are recommending, creating net new networks for ClaudeBot, due to its capabilities. I'm excited to try it out, but I'm grateful I have a NUC and a fresh operating system on it that's not a Mac or a Windows machine,
Windows.
right?
How do you say that word again? Seppuku?
Seppuku?
Seppuku. Yeah, I think that's a
Seppuku.
better idea than Windows.
Oh man, I want everybody who asks for a Windows node in Quai, like I wanna like pull them aside and educate them. I wish I had the time, but
Please, I'm here. Please educate me. They're in the room with you right now, bro.
Man,
uh,
I had to, so I like played with like Linux like way back when, um, and it worked like super shitty for laptops back then.
oh yeah,
This is like, um, I don't know, 2000s, like early 2000s.
pre-Ubuntu.
So yeah, Red Hat or something, but like driver support wasn't there, so it was like a pain in the ass to just get like your speakers and like camera to, right?
Hmm. Or
Or like even
wireless.
like a mouse, right?
Yeah, the
So I kind
trackpad.
of like, yeah, I gave up on it for a while, certainly as like a personal driver. Um, but then I got back to it probably in like 2011, and I migrated to like Linux and Mac, and then I would only ever dual boot Windows for like certain engineering applications that didn't have releases in the other ones, like Altium or um, uh, not AutoCAD. What was the software? A version of CAD software. I don't
You
remember the
sure? You sure it
specific.
wasn't Fruity Loops? You weren't like making dope tracks with Fruity Loops?
No, but I would only dual boot, and like every time I would dual boot, I'm like, I fucking hate this shit. And then after about a year, you basically don't like use Windows anymore, and you'd like never use it if you can avoid it, sort of thing. But then being the more technically like inclined person, you'll still get someone coming to you and be like, "Oh, what's wrong with my computer?" And you're kind of like, "Eh." Like I haven't actually touched Windows since like NT, so I don't know if you're asking the right person here.
Right.
But they like still want you to fix it, so you got to like figure out the new menu items they've come up with. And anyway, not a fan. But
No.
the reason nobody likes Windows is because the tool chain is impossible or very difficult for FOSS-based projects. So anything that's open source is much harder to work on in a Windows environment.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I got into Linux initially, is because I wanted to code and I didn't have the money to pay for the licenses, and um, I found out that you could basically program anything on Linux for free. So
Yeah, I
my
do have to
science teacher.
give a shout out to Linus here. The only reason Linux is as good as it is because that dude is just a beast of an engineer who like doesn't take shit and reviews PRs. So like he has singularly kept the um, quality of Linux exceedingly high for almost 3 decades. And like when he dies, I guarantee you it's going to go downhill.
Man, I hope not. But
It's going to. It's going to because like nobody else will singularly have that power, authority, and like grit to enforce it because it then becomes a social organization. And over time, the less qualified technical people will rise up the social chain because they will be nicer but less strict on the enforcement of quality.
I hope, I honestly like, I hope that, you know, his culture and his way of thinking has been impressed upon some developers like long enough.
It doesn't
Like,
matter because he like nobody else has the singular authority.
oh, so you mean like unless they elect a new
So
singular
so like the
authority?
problem is you're gonna have like a group of engineers, right? And there's gonna be like a spectrum of quality and a spectrum of like flexibility. But socially, the ones that are more flexible are gonna win out.
Yeah. So you
So
think
you're gonna
that,
get a degradation of the system with time.
so do you think, you know, it, most likely it's going to revert into a committee instead of like a single person, but do you think it has hope if they decide to just elect a net new individual to spearhead the thing?
Maybe, but the problem is that net new individual, if they're elected, that's a social process,
Hmm.
right? So because it is a social process, um, you're going to get somebody that's nicer rather than strict.
I don't know. Like I see where you're coming from. I am like 90% likely to agree with you. My only hesitation is
you're just
uh,
you're just holding out hope, man. I know.
well, so
It's
like
depressing to think about.
I it's not just that, but it's also like the only place I can get support for my operating system is in the Gentoo Linux IRC channel. And if you're like intelligent enough to even figure that out, you're still gonna get drug socially by these old crusty graybeards. Um, I think there is a population of old crusties that can fill in
Yeah, but no, no,
Linus's
no.
place.
But the problem it's a social construct though. So like the least crusty guy is going to win
Right,
the competition,
right.
right?
I I would hope that the circle is small enough that they recognize like what makes a winner in the I have hope. I can't lose hope for Linux, Dr. K. I can't lose hope. You're right.
No, no. What I think is super interesting, if you like, you want to say like what comes after Linux. Um, um, was it Urbit? That's an interesting project.
Spell that.
Yeah, Urbit. Urbit. I believe. Yeah.
Leave the internet behind.
So these guys are like rebuilding an OS in a formally verified way from the ground up. And they did some like things that involve like some crypto tokens against effectively what are like IP addresses.
Mm.
Um, but the fundamental thing to understand is um, that they're trying to build an operating system that's formally verifiable, which is like a very noble cause.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got some interesting
Now,
hardware here.
now it looks like, oh, and this is interesting. So their leader, this like Yarvin guy, um, actually has a blog. Um, that he got like fired for. It's I want to say it's like called like unreserved reservations or something. Um, and I don't like
Unqualified
agree with
reservation.
what is it?
Is it unqualified?
Unqualified. Yeah, yeah. I don't agree with like everything he writes, but like his logic is yeah, his logic is like pretty impeccable most of the time.
You can go, for example, to any bookstore and ask the guy behind the counter for some Noam Chomsky. What you get is blue pills soaked in red, number 3.
Yeah, no, but like if you read
Great.
his stuff, like he has like very tight like logical progressions of arguments. I haven't like extensively read it. He fucking wrote this thing for like 10 years, but the couple that I have read were impressive. There was one that was pretty funny that I read where he was roasting the shit out of um oh the Open AI CEO, what's his name?
Sam Altman.
Altman. Yeah, it's pretty funny because he takes like a speech that Altman gave, and then he's like, "This is absolute and utter like gibberish dressed up in buzzwords that says absolutely nothing." But you read the paragraph and you're like, that sounded okay, I guess. But then he goes through and breaks down how it's absolute utter gibberish that says absolutely nothing. It's fucking hilarious.
Hey, not to distract for a second. On those graphs we were looking at earlier, you said you want to change the labels. You wanted the actual legend to be larger and legible. You wanted to remove the zeros at the bottom. What was the fourth thing? Because I think it was four, right?
Like legends need to be bigger, titles need to be bigger,
Yeah.
axes need to be bigger. Remove the like .00 where you don't
Yeah.
need precision. Change like your axis to make it like smaller. So if everything's in thousands, just put like 1, 5, 10, and then in the axis put cost, and then parentheses like $1,000, right?
Got it.
And then what you ultimately want to do is you want to get it to an aspect ratio that's going to present well on Twitter, if that's the platform that you're putting it on. So then you want to like tighten up the aspect ratio like accordingly, and then make sure that everything is visible in that format.
Okay, perfect.
Sam Altman is not a blithering idiot. Mencius Mulberg, March 13th, 2013.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
What I find exceptionally terrifying is that Altman's blithering idiocy looks and sounds exactly like sober good sense. The basic problem with our society is disconnect between consensus reality and actual reality. We actually have no short of natural leaders, but they cannot actually lead us anywhere. They are operating in consensus reality rather than actual reality, 100%. Their joysticks are not plugged in. When the consensus is nonsense, sober good sense is nonsense. Nonsense is no use to anyone.
He literally picks his speech apart like sentence by sentence, and when you first read it, you're like, "Huh, sounds like a speech, like a TED talk." And then
So, yeah, sorry. I like his gross reality check here. Sam says, all of that said, in absolute sense, I'd much rather live in the world of today than 1950. It's tough for me to imagine living in a world without internet. However, in the same way that one can feel acceleration but not velocity, people seem more sensitive to the annual rate of improvement. than the absolute quality of life. So even though people should be happier in an absolutely better world, no one wants to stand still on the hedonic treadmill. Most of us want to live our lives, get better every year. The hedonic treadmill is a pain that way. He says, okay, let's apply gross reality check. You're an alien. You're observing Earth with an infinitely powerful telescope from Alpha Centauri. You have a simple question. Since 1950, has human civilization, or American civilization, which amounts to pretty much the same these days, has it advanced or declined? Apparently, the easiest way for Sam Altman to answer this question is to trade it for a different one. He's not alone in this. He asked, since 1950, has human technology advanced or declined? Clearly, the alien, you, I, and Sam all have the same answer to this question. It's a stupid question. Is an iPad more advanced than Smith Corona? uh,
Anyway, like
yeah,
he's an interesting writer, right?
yeah, that is interesting.
But one of those blogs got him canceled at some point, and then he eventually got like fired from Urbit. But then
Oh
apparently the
no,
organization fell apart. They rehired him last year,
interesting.
which is hilarious. See, that's the same problem. When
Mm-hmm.
you want to do something like truly different, there's just certain people that have the technical understanding and chutzpah to do it. And then when you get rid of them, it fucking falls apart.
Eric Weinstein had a comment on this that I really liked.
But like
Something
I just have
about
to point out the part of his like ability to do something like that is the directness, the logical consistency, and the honesty.
mm, yeah, which are the people we need, but they're not socially flexible.
Well, the problem is like truly like achieve something that's physically bound. You can't betray it with social platitudes.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember Eric Weinstein's quote because he kind of nailed this point as well. Something about we're trading uh, genius for comfort, something along those lines. Where we're destroying the genius, uh, the opportunities for geniuses to like really move society forward for people who make us feel good. So I butchered that quote, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just in the social games you're gonna get like more approximate outcomes.
Yeah, he puts a number on it too. He's like, we have the opportunity to achieve progress in like orders of magnitude, but instead we're only getting like, 0.1% iterative improvements because we don't have the aptitude for genius. The genius hurts our social sensibilities. I have to ask Dr. K. Yesterday on the live stream, we watched probably about 3 hours of your conversation with Jordan Hall. Um, Anything you want to share with the audience based on what you took away from that and where you think the conversation goes next?
Um, so Jordan is very interesting, right? He's like a what's the right word? Like an epistemologist.
Epistemologist.
Yeah, epistemologist. So right, like he'll use very like high level um sort of logical philosophy to draw broad conclusions, um, or even make sort of at least a skeleton for a provable argument. Um, it's a little bit different. So like as an engineer, you can sort of formalize those depending on what field you're in, and try to turn it into a more formal proof. But he's doing it from this very high level viewpoint, which I think is good. So basically, what he was working through is, um, he's friends with Steph. He knows Wolfram, and he's familiar kind of with Quai's doing this concept of proof of work, right? He's an old Bitcoiner as well, but then kind of what we're doing with Shi and the energy dollar. And basically, you can view, um, sort of all of evolution, all of, um, the fundamental structures that like build up the complexity that is both life, culture, technology, as, epochs in evolutions of, being able to harness energy and reduce entropy, thermodynamics, right? So basically, he used this sort of logical series of arguments to build up the case for the necessity of having a proof of work blockchain that has, um, an energy derived token in it as a key piece to creating a sustainable, complex technological society. Um, so basically, when we think about the world, we think about the fragility of our systems, we think about, um, sort of the corruption and politics and the inflation of money, or just the fragility of the dependent systems that we rely upon. Um, there's this like emergent idea of meta crisis, which is there's all these things that are rapidly changing, as well as all these systems that we're losing faith in, or they have fragility, or undergoing sort of like existential crisis or collapse. And this all seems to be happening somewhat at a rapid pace and simultaneously. So, um, basically, the statement is we presently aren't in a sustainable situation, and that having, again, sort of like an energy based currency that is uncontrolled and decentralized is a key component to going from an unstable, complex technological society to one that becomes sustainable with time. That's like the TLDR.
Yeah. And I think we got all of that in the first episode. Before I lose it in chat, Steph is wondering if we can try to get Wolfram to live code causal invariance. And are you interested, Dr. K, in another conversation with Stephen Wolfram? And if so, what would you guys chat about?
Yeah, I'm always interested in hanging out with Steven, man. Super fun. I do have to say, um, some of these conversations that we have are, they're meant to like educate the outside world, but, um, getting to talk with other people can that sort of like think about these problems at a sort of a similar level, it's really fun.
Yeah, I
Because there's not like a lot of them, right? So,
no,
um, you know, conversations with people like Steven or Jordan, like I'll do every day of the week because they're just fun.
yeah. Well, and so like I'm definitely not at that level. But what I was, telling my audience the other day while we were listening to it is that it's it's still a highly entertaining conversation. Because I feel like deep down everybody thinks about these things. They just don't have the language to express them. And so when you see it happen, um, you're like, yes, that's exactly what I've been thinking about. That's exactly how I would explain it. Um, and it also gives you like tools to think about it further, right? Like a lot of that initial conversation in the beginning was just talking about like how we think about these problems and why. And that was I don't know if cathartic is the right word, but like there's a lot of members of my veteran community who have these anxieties, but we can't exactly like put our finger on it. And so when people at your level, Jordan Hall, Stephen Wolfram, um, can actually lay it out the way that you guys do, it makes it easier for other people to join in the conversation at a variety of levels. So
Yeah, I
huge
mean,
huge
Jordan
proponent.
does this. I think about it like from this engineering perspective. So he definitely
Hmm.
brings sort of like a different viewpoint that's less. It's still very structured logically, but it's less technically specific. So
Right.
I think in some ways, he likes to use big words, but his points are maybe a little more easily accessible than some of my points are because I approach it kind of somewhat technology first, right? And I don't necessarily describe in quite depth or rigor, some of the underlying logic or assumptions that go into conclusions like why do you need proof of work and why do you need an energy dollar, right? Um, so it's great to get all these different perspectives, right? It lets people kind of grasp onto things. When I told Jordan Hall about soap, I literally described it, and within like 10 seconds, he like completely got it. He was talking about like second and third order effects.
Right. Yeah, I was
Guy's
there
mad
for that.
smart.
That
Oh, you
was
were there for that, right?
Yeah, that was insane. You probably spent like less than a minute explaining soap, and he went like end to end without skipping a beat, in like 30 seconds. I was, yeah, blown away.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
and think about like the team,
hmm.
right? So like think about when I like introduced soap to the team, like how long it was before people were like, we like get what he's saying and like agree with it.
So I'll say this about soap. Soap, in the 2 years that I've been on this team, soap was the one idea you had which made a lot of sense like really quickly. Other ideas, I think we struggle with a whole lot more. And I think you also mentioned you experienced this yourself when you first thought of soap. Like you knew clearly it was totally doable and going to work. But like how we explain it to ourselves and what the end state is, took much longer than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
um,
Yeah. Well,
eh,
it just felt like people. It took longer for people to kind of digest it. I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know.
and the words that Jordan uses, definitely like are easier for some people to engage with, right? Like again, you take an engineering perspective, an economic perspective. The best way I can describe how Jordan Hall came to the end state was more from, I don't want to say business, but it's the best word I have right now, more from like a business perspective,
No,
right?
it's
Like,
philosophy. Like it's fundamental
okay,
philosophy, right? Like
okay,
the interesting thing is like if you do philosophy correctly, there's this sort of shared nexus of logic, right?
mm, mm,
And that is actually the basis of science. So philosophy is just like it's a higher level version of science. So it's not like as in the weeds.
mm,
Um, but you're kind of like trying to understand the meta of the technicalities.
right. Yeah, yeah, philosophy is a better word than business. It just I don't know, it's just easier to grab onto, at least for me who, hasn't spent as much time studying economics. So it's very cathartic listening to y'all's conversation. You definitely, it's not the same as Stephen Wolfram, but again, completely different audience and people who may be interested or may be thinking about similar things. These conversations, I think, give them the language and the framework to think about it that allows them to actually join in on the conversation. So, what would you talk about with Stephen Wolfram next?
Um, I don't know. I mean, personally, I would actually like to talk about the fact that there seems to be disconnect in terms of space being part of the hypergraph.
Mm.
Um, but that's just like from a personal perspective. Um, I don't know if that's gonna be useful for anybody except maybe like me and Wolfram. Maybe Wolfram, I don't know. If he like understands what I'm saying, maybe we'll be like, ah, I see what you're saying.
This
Um,
is probably
but
way off. Sorry, continue.
um, I'd have to sleep on it in terms of like what we want to talk about. Um, that we could do a proper podcast on. Um,
Sure. Well, Steph and I will won't let you forget.
yeah, well, so the other one that like I really think would be helpful. So okay, so something that happens, and really this is like my power in life is I can formally like learn something, but I don't get tied to the the pedagogy or like dogma of the field,
The
right?
belief
So
system. Yeah.
so it's like my mind works like in sort of like category theory, right? So I don't need to like perfectly understand something, but I need to describe accurately the sort of defining characteristics, right? And then I like put them in buckets, right? So I don't understand something perfectly, but I understand enough that I know the key characteristics, and if I need to sort of dig into it, I can either logically just rationalize what's underneath it, or I can go specifically research the further thing that I need to know. But I can do this in many different areas, and then I can draw relationships between them. And once you like get a certain amount of education in any specific field, it's hard for most people not to get drawn into the like the suppositions that natively exist in the field. And physics is like especially pernicious in this regard. Um, so although Stephen Wolfram is like taking this approach where he's trying to like completely rewrite physics, he also has a very like rigorous and formal background in physics, and me much less so, right? I have a PhD in material science, so like I've taken a couple courses in quantum, um, but I'm no theoretical physicist, right? Um, so I suffer from that less. And sort of like the one thing that physics seems to always like screw up in my mind is they talk about a common time, they talk about an observer, they talk about like a God's eye view. And I think if you introduce that concept into any system, um, you're fundamentally corrupting the understanding. Now, Stephen's trying to like build something that apparently is removing those characteristics, but he like still gets caught up in this concept of time and observer. And I believe if I can like break him of that, you can see it like slightly different. So like in our system, you can't think about time in an observer because it doesn't actually exist. So the only way that you can get this shit to work is in an observerless, timeless context. If that makes any sense. But the only way we were able to get this work is because we could figure that out. And so like we observe the world in a much different way because we've had to like understand how to think of it in a timeless, observerless context. Our system is very analogous to Stevens. However, it appears when he makes some interpretations of his system to understand it, he reintroduces the point of time and observation. And I think it's like making it less clear to him what he's actually doing.
Interesting.
and this is like super fucking esoteric, right? Like with physics, but
Yeah.
um, that's anyway.
Yeah. Well, and so I remember kind of like relating back to your point, when you think about time differently, that's when something like proof of entropy minima and what Quine Network is built, kind of you can
Well,
see
it's
it
it,
as a
it, it
clock.
no, it's not even that. It's like once you have proof of entropy minima, or like once you're just trying to solve this like problem of how to causally order events in a spatial context, you mustn't think about time, or you will not get a solution,
Right.
right? So, like, the only way we came up with the solution was poem, because the poem works because it is timeless.
Right. It what's ironic though is like the end result looks like a clock.
Right, because a clock is time is a derivative. It's not a fundamental.
Ah, there it is. I got that.
So, like, time exists in our perception, but it doesn't exist in reality.
Right. Right. Time is a derivative
Yeah, it's
a
a
causal
derivative concept.
of a causally invariant graph.
Right, but if you ever think of time as fundamental, you completely fuck up your understanding of what's going on. And the problem is within physics, like they always make you think in a time basis, which is why you have to have these like funny, you know, things where you think about space time, right? And you draw these light cones and they fucking shift and do weird shit, right? Um, that all comes from the fact that you're thinking of time as a fundamental quantity when it's not.
um, maybe it's related. I'm gonna risk it. It reminds me of a tweet I
And I'll
saw.
point out, Stephen Wolfram will say like time doesn't exist, but then you'll also like notice when he then like talks about something, the logic of time like slips back in,
Interesting.
right? Because like it's so ingrained, and the reason that like I had to get through this is the other thing with Quai is we've been trying to like backfill and sort of write formal proofs of everything.
Hmm.
All of the proofs that have been done on blockchain are time based. But the only way to solve the global consensus problem is timeless.
Right.
Right. So like I've been bumping my head up against this problem with the like information theory guys for like 2 years.
I love these conversations. Like to me it's like confirmation or confidence in that we're heading in the right direction. Because what I'm observing is like especially when it relates to blockchains, the conversation is evolving. It's expanding. Um, so to me that's like a signal that it's the correct direction.
Well, honestly, like the thing that I'm most optimistic about, besides the Kraken listing, yeah, uh, all jokes aside, the thing that I'm most excited about is we've always like hypothetically thought about the day when the dollar would die. We've always hypothetically thought that
Hmm.
you must have proof of work rather than proof of stake. And we've articulated various arguments why that might be. We've also thought that you need an energy dollar, right? We also thought
Hmm.
you need to scale. We also thought that you need to remain decentralized. And a lot of these thoughts, a lot of these suppositions were against the narrative. But the interesting part is the world is almost molding itself in the events to be most readied for all of those suppositions.
Yep.
So gold and silver exploding is really a question about fiat money and hard money.
Yep.
But the practicality of gold and silver replacing the money system is highly questionable.
Yeah.
The concept of the Clarity Act restricting dollar-based stablecoins in such a way that they make them non-competitive. Like, it finally seems
Yep.
like we've been swimming upstream for years, and the current's finally reversing for us.
Yeah. The narrative is hitting the dead end where they have to turn around and look back at where they came from.
Well, and then the other thing is we're like just getting this like massive flush and washout of all these like bad suppositions, which are 99% of the crypto projects that exist,
Hmm.
which I think is very positive for us,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I always, thought, like, again, the towers have to crumble. The cathedral has to be brought down before the switch will happen, and it looks like, that's kind of exactly what's lined up in front of us right now.
Well, but the thing is, it's like you never know when, but it just feels like it's on the right time frame.
Right. Yeah.
Like it's not
Another
too
thing.
early, and like it's
Nope.
not too late. Like it feels like it's kind of like all coming through, and we might thread a needle,
Yeah.
which is great.
Yeah. It, like, I can't, explain it very well, but the last, for myself personally, and both like on this project, the last 4 years in my life, it looks, in hindsight, the timing has always been perfect. um and so I don't see that trend stopping.
Yeah, we just got to keep grinding it out, man. Just got to be aware of the environment and keep adapting.
Yep. You reminded me of a tweet I read. It was either earlier today or yesterday. Somebody was saying, we don't need time machines. People don't understand that, you know the planet is spinning around a sun moving through the solar system. So if you go back in time, you're going to end up in the middle of space. What you need is a time and space machine. And I wanted to throw that one over based on the last conversation we just had, and wondering if that made any sense at all to what we were talking about earlier.
Um, yeah, so like the theoretics of time travel, I mean, there's something kind of like baked into this question. I don't think the theory, Wolfram theory is like developed enough. I think he has sort of like a qualitative instantiation of I think the consequences of it relative to time travel, and that computationally like it may be possible. I don't think he can rigorously like prove that one way or the other at this point in time, and therefore really describe the feasibility of such things. Um, but he's clearly like developing an intuition for it. But that like level is kind of past where I can go with it, to be honest.
Word.
Yeah. That like what it really come okay, maybe I can go somewhere with it, but it's not that. So personally, if we live in a causally invariant system, as an observer of that system, we are computationally bounded by it. Thus, everything that we observe is a compression of reality. So our ability to predict the future or even to describe the past is relatively limited, right? And
Mm,
it's because of how we interact with this set of causally invariant events that we get the concept of now, the past, and the future. But in reality, if the system is indeed causally invariant, that also means it's deterministic. So, and you don't even necessarily have to get into um, implications on free will and fate or whatever. Like, don't care. Um, it feels like that in some ways, like we're just a passenger on a wave, right? And everything that will happen has already happened, and everything that has happened was already predetermined to happen because everything will happen in the future, right? Because if you have a set of initial conditions that evolves deterministically, um, everything is known. It's just as an observer in the system, we can't know it, but it will indeed take place. So it's just kind of like reality is this wave that we're surfing on. So might as well enjoy the ride. But then the question is like, does the past exist and does the future exist? And like, when is it computed? Is it computed in real time or is it already like predetermined? But as the observer on the wave that can't think or perceive four-dimensionally, it doesn't matter.
Right.
So like you can ask those questions, but those questions are of no consequence to the observer that's confined to riding the wave. Right.
My intuition tells me that, like, if we were to compare this to blockchains, like, the observer is also a miner. So the future is kind of like co-created with all the other miners out there. If that
Yeah,
made
so
any sense
there's
at all whatsoever.
there's another piece of his theory about like the computational boundedness of this like substrate that we're in.
Hmm.
And I don't know if he's like formally addressed that anyway. It seems to be like an open supposition. Um and I'm like comfortable with it in many ways because of the speed of light. I think the speed of light like tells you something about that computational boundedness. Um so I think like it's perfectly fine. I just don't know if it's like been formally described or like addressed, or yeah, like if he just leaves it as like an open thing, which by the way Einstein also did, like FYI. If you read General Relativity, he has this like nice 50-page book and it's just written for the layman and he does a great job of just describing general relativity. It's like better than any textbook you'll ever read. Because it's from the source, so to speak, so he gives the best like easy to digest description. But one of his assumptions is that there is a speed of light, and he specifically says, I don't know why. I'm just going to assume it, and I'm like not going to worry about the implications of like why or how or even if it exists. But we're just going to like start here. Yeah. But the interesting part of having a limit like that is there's an implication that something is finite.
So
Because
much.
if everything is continuous, you're not going to find like a finite bound, right? So that
Right.
means that something about space or time like has to be discretized. And if we're saying that time is the derivative quantity, then it's saying space has to be discretized. And then the origin of the speed of light is potentially that there's a finite amount of computation of the evolution of space or time. We kind of touched on this concept actually in one of our talks. But
Oh my gosh.
what's going on?
uh I just installed Node.js without the package manager, and so
Oh,
now
you're
I have to
fucked.
now I have to do it all over again.
I'm gonna have to download the internet for a second time.
Yeah. Well, I'm compiling it from source, so I'm like an i7 with 8 gigs of RAM, so it takes a while. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, we probably won't get to this tonight, but let's add the npm flag to this and try again. I should have known that. God damn it.
So you guys think we'll break 10 cents tonight?
I don't know. Let's pull up the price chart and refresh. In other news, our favorite audience member, CSGO, has entered the chat. Welcome, CSGO. I think I owe you another gambling opportunity. So let me know in chat if you're still tuned in. We've been playing the coin flip game on stream, betting like 20 quai over Kipper money. It's been fun.
Hey, Matt, I'm gonna send you a tweet. I think it's actually, since we're still at the top echelons of intellectual conversation, might be a good idea, Dr. K, if you want to talk about this tweet you had with this Hans Moog person earlier. So it actually got really good traction, and it seems like he watched your entire video with Stephen Wolfram and then responded after that, which I thought was pretty interesting.
I responded back to him.
Yeah.
Did he just run back to me?
Let me double check. I don't know. No, it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, we've gotten a couple like Caspians like kind of engaging with us recently.
There you go, Matt.
Yeah.
I'm too stupid to understand any of it, but it's interesting. Certainly interesting.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, are they copying us from Big Bang to Caspa? I say us. Jordan Hall. They copying Jordan Hall.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I replied to him. Let's see. No. Yeah, he seems like a smart enough dude. Like, there's definitely like some pretty intelligent thinkers in the Caspa community.
It makes sense, right? Like if you're looking hard at blockchains, it makes sense to get interested in other projects besides Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in the last like couple of days, man, I was kind of alluding to the fact that you kind of see breadcrumbs of like who's really in charge. Bitcoin has 100% been co-opted, guys.
Yeesh.
Because just some of the choices they have made like make no sense, and the only way you can rationalize it is that if it's controlled by a power that doesn't want it to like broadly succeed or compete with fiat.
I mean, but wasn't that the case all the way back in 2017? I've literally been working in crypto for 4 years under that assumption.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, you kind of like see it, you saw the block size wars and everything, but like very, very specifically, the fact that we don't have opcat or the fact that we don't have op check template verify, or the fact that ASICs can't deal with all but de minimis sized Coinbase twos, like that's purposeful, not incidental. and the only purpose behind it is to just fucking neuter like potential. Only purpose.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. But leaves the door open for others to continue the work.
Well, I mean, here's the actual
the,
that we're going against.
Reason like I went down this a little bit further is it makes just the new pool to do the payouts like makes it much harder for us.
Right.
So we like got to the implementation and we're like, you can't do what? And then we kind of like went through all the possible ways to get around it. I mean, there's a solution. It's like not the prettiest, but they like force you into it through just like really bad sort of ergonomics of the design choices. But like why you would make those choices seems to be more malicious than like justifiable.
Well, I mean, they own it. And that's what I was going to say about the friction is now you've got a new class of entrants who ultimately, at the end of the day, just think it's magic because just like me, they don't really understand the granular at like the highest level at a fundamental. Um, they understand how it works level, and they just think that ultimately it's ossified. It is what it is. It stays that way.
That's
So
how
if
they
you
get away with
present
it,
it,
though, is
well,
because like
yeah,
very few people understand it. So then they like don't worry about all that. They'll create these like weird sort of
it's
like
magic.
like social sort of like attacks on consciousness.
Yeah.
Well, they'll get into debates over child porn being on chain or something, right? Um, but like what that does is it diverts the normie's attention to just talking about number go up in 21 million.
And it's created an entire class. Call it class of 26, maybe. We'll see how this year goes. It's probably accurate given the last class was class of 21. Or maybe it was class of 25, who knows. But an entire class of people that fundamentally are in it in an adversarial way against the original ideals, against the original conception of separating money from state. They don't see it that way. They don't care about it that way.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think like the more I see, the more I think the only way, the only path that existed for success with Quai is the path we took, which was build everything first.
Yeah. I was talking to my fiance about this and trying to like she's using fashion metaphors to kind of understand it. She's like Bitcoin is like Air Jordan 1, right? You can't change Air Jordan 1 because if you do it doesn't become Air Jordan 1 anymore. I was like that's an interesting way to think about it. People get so attached.
Here,
Um,
bring up a screen.
what
Bring
do you
up
want to say?
bring up Bitcoin Block Explorer that like just shows the chain and the fill.
Blockchain.com,
Not blockchain.com. Do like the second or third like link, maybe.
Blockstream or Mempool.
One of those two, yeah.
I like that. Oh, we'll go with Mempool. See what happens. Can I zoom in a little bit? There we go. Oh, I don't look at this enough. What are we looking at, Dr. K?
Yeah. So can you pull that up on the is that on the stream? Okay. That's
Yep.
just delayed. Like so put this side by side. Like bring up another tab. Like dual window it.
Oh, I can't in this view.
Oh no.
Um,
We'll have to go
no.
back and forth then.
Okay,
So
what's the next
this
one?
is your
This-
Air Jordan. And then do live.tu.ai. Like, what the fuck?
yeah.
Like, all right. And then put in the 2x2 mode and then just go like back and forth between them. So, like, you can show this to your girlfriend designer, your fiance these days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Show her that and then show her this. And she'll be like, ah,
Yeah.
I see the difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and you see it also in, Air Jordans, right? Like the Jordan 1 compared to like what's another popular model like the 13, right? Like Air Jordan 1, right? Let's go to images here. So here's Air Jordan 1 compared to Air Jordan 13, right? Completely different. Right? Air Jordan 1,
Yeah.
Air Jordan 13. You got a hologram in the 13.
Right.
Yeah, most popular Jordan in China last I checked, compared to the Air Jordan 1. But if you try to change the Air Jordan 1 you're committing seppuku. So if Bitcoiners want to change Bitcoin, they're committing suicide, unfortunately. Meanwhile, they take the Air Jordan 1s on the court versus what is the LeBron shoe now for those extra jumps? Is LeBron on
Well,
13? Yeah.
just to build a little bit, maybe more intuition about this,
Sure.
and we kind of went over this a little bit in the Jordan Hall thing,
Hmm.
is it's not about Air Jordan 1 versus Air Jordan 13. It is that part of a proof of work system is that it's meant to ossify the rule set by uh, creating a set of incentives that kind of puts a tension between the miners and the holders. And so the reason that we can call it decentralized is that the rules aren't supposed to change. The reason that we don't think the rules change is because we've set that tension of um, incentives against each other, so they won't, right? Um, so it's not that it's like the Air Jordan 1s, it's that when you make a proof of work blockchain, it's meant to ossify, not change, and Bitcoin has ossified at this point, so it's meant to not change.
Right.
So it's not about being able to change it or not because it changes the type of thing that it is. It's literally a system that was designed to have permanence in stasis,
Right. Just lacking
right?
the utility everybody needs to actually use it.
Correct. But like part of the thing that it introduced was that set of incentives that give
Hmm.
it that static property.
Yeah. So, ossified by design. We just need a system that has utility for us to actually use it and escape fiat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I always like, maybe it's just because of my experience with technology, I always assumed Bitcoin was a proof of concept. I never at one point doubted that analysis since I was first introduced to it. I was like, oh, okay, key innovation, proof of concept, got it. What's next? It's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For a while, and I think a lot of people thought that, there should be some change to it, right?
Hmm.
Like early on, the concepts of privacy, um, scale, became sort of like known issues with it in terms of fulfilling the digital cash mission to be electronic cash. Um, and so up until about 2017, like people were thinking about like how to change it, but then 2017 basically said, it ain't changing. So everything about development on it's pretty much been a LARP since then, to be perfectly frank.
The other thought I just
Hey, I
had.
want to
Oh, go ahead.
interject for a second. Brought some people from Discord in here. Still in the same vein, we're still talking high level and theory crafting and understanding moves properly. But we have a question in Discord about DeFi, and this is it's been my thing for since I joined. It's the number one most requested thing to be added to our ecosystem. Partnerships, integrations. People always ask this. We obviously have had plans in the past for LMTs as well as staking. Perhaps you could expand just a little bit and drop some alpha about your thoughts on DeFi, how to do it correctly, why we haven't really done it in full force, the reasons why other chains have failed who have adopted the moniker of a DeFi chain and run with that banner, and like how to do it in your mind correctly and the steps needed to get there.
Oh, you just asked like 7 questions.
They all kind of stem from the same place, though. How do you do DeFi correctly? Why haven't we done DeFi?
Well, okay, so basically, like, we've built something that is a blockchain that actually works. Okay. um, and recently we made it so that the economics of the proof of work blockchain are positive. Cool. What we're also kind of realizing though with that is that the best applications to build are the ones that immediately have users, right? So SOAP like instantaneously creates users, right? I don't need to sort of like go and find them. I'm providing a service to existing kind of like participants, right? In crypto miners. Um, and the other one is, the next thing we're doing is saying, okay, so we have SOAP, which allows miners to participate in our chain, thus increasing security, helping pay for emissions, et cetera. It also actually adds flows, right? So there's been $50,000 a day of like guaranteed buying and selling of these other assets against Quai. Now, all that has been done through centralized services, but it doesn't have to be in the future. Um, so if we look at like another service that immediately has a customer, it would be a way to clear these pairs on chain. And if you did that, you would probably have some of the more liquid bootstrap, truly decentralized exchange flows for those tokens. Now, the other thing that couples with that too is that we're uniquely positioned to trustlessly wrap any of these assets that we're soaping in Quai through the SOAP process. So basically, in the future, you could think of Quai as the hub of how you stitch together all proof of work chains. And the initial use case that is DeFi related is that you're facilitating trades. The next use case is that you're wrapping the other tokens, right? And once you have tradable tokens that have some, desirable set of asset values, and they can all commonly share a rail, in Quai, then the next thing you're going to start talking about is derivatives. And then that is like where DeFi kind of actually takes a useful foothold. And I think that's like where it's going to start. Now, in mining, there's also the incentives we put around deferred mining rewards. And we actually just added that capability to StratumX. So if anyone wants to earn extra rewards while mining acquired chi, if you're a long-term holder, you can actually set a flag when you're mining StratumX, and you can earn something like I think it's like 12 or 15% APY for deferring your unlock on your mining rewards. So then the next step, now that that's available, is making those locked mining rewards tradable, which would be finishing off like that LMT thing that we started. So there's a lot of ways to do DeFi, but I don't think it's appropriate to build financialized markets for the sake of building financialized markets unless you're providing a service. And I think that these are examples of things that, right, we can build, and I think they provide useful services to ready customers.
Which very much is like the penguin, by the way, in the penguin meme, when it comes to the rationality and the reasoning. Because right now the meta, especially for, I like to call them DeFi chains, smart contract chains, is to pump out as much DeFi as possible, and literally it's all copy pasta. Nothing's original. There's literally nothing new whatsoever. There's 3 useful ones, and essentially it's a VC pump and dump of who's the last one out, and that's how they've all really, what they've matured into, really, all said and done. And Dakanov is the one who's asking in Discord. He's basically, he's a long-term investor. Just imagine quasi-millionaire, and he just wants to find a way to invest. And so I thought that answer was pretty succinct. Makes a lot of sense. And I guess his how is, how can he defer via StratoMax? How can he participate in the locked mining rewards?
Do we have a link in our docs up for that, Matt? I know that was an item today.
Yeah, the PR is submitted. Let me check on it.
We have a link in the docs, but basically, there's like a lock parameter that you put in the password field, and if you do that, you'll get a deferred Coinbase, and you'll get paid out more based off what period you elect to defer it for.
Yeah, it's essentially that password field when connecting to StratoMax.
I don't know what the parameter station is.
I believe
L.
I believe it's lock.
Lock?
That's what Shakar said.
Fully spelled out.
Yeah, so either 0, 1, 2, or 3. So PR's in. I also we'll also remind Alan to update that on StratoMax itself.
Yeah, if you open the modified thing, render now as an MD or not. Its lock is equal to 1.
Yeah. The example I wrote was lock equals 3, but
3. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So waiting on Shakar's review, but that's ready to go. The change is actually in, right? So you could set it today.
Yeah, the change is in. What did I? Was this in which repo is this? Quidox?
Yeah, Quidox. I definitely need to confirm the actual argument with Shakar, though. He said lock, but he didn't actually type it out.
Well, hold on. There's let me just check. There's
also
it's defined in the params file. So I can just check params and tell you what it is.
Cool.
Just give me 1 second.
No sweat. Also, welcome to chat, folks. See a bunch of peeps tuning in. Glad to have you guys. Make sure you all are signed up for Kipper Money. I've been giving away tips to everybody who joins chat. Just need a tweet about Quai to actually tip. So, yeah, guys, feel free to tag me in any tweets you make. We'll get you hooked up with some Quai.
I like to circle back and just kind of restate what was said there about how there's right now tokenized. It's not tokenized yet, but it's yield. It's baked into the proof of work chain itself, the mechanisms itself. And then what we think will probably be the first real instantiation of DeFi will then be tokenized yield on proof of work, which again is a world first. It's never been done before and will only be available on the only smart contract enabled proof of work network that's scalable, which again is Quai Network. And so we could go out and just launch a bunch of perp dexes and then just get wrecked and go into the same cycle that every other shit chain out there is done. Or we can do something completely brand new, different, and proven and sustainable.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to launch a DEX of any form, we're also going to solve MEV when we do it.
Which I did mention this briefly, Dakanov, in Discord. We actually do have some pretty long conversations with some very prominent teams in which, again, Dr. K, that was essentially where we were leaving things, which was to essentially establish a MEV-resistant DEX. We have to go through what I like to call the governance hoops, which is a lot of fun to go through. And, there's just a lot more hurdles when it comes down to it. But, yeah, we don't see MEV as a positive thing. At least I don't. optimistic. I can speak for the other fellows as well. We see it as very negative, and a parasite really that can be and should be eliminated. It's not that hard. It's just that the people in charge of other proof of stake systems, without naming any names directly, they want it there. They see it as a feature, not a bug.
Right. Let's see.
Okay,
Just some quick.
so the yeah, so the numbers are, if you want your reward immediately, you don't have to put anything in, but that would be 0. If you had a 1, you're going to be on a 3-month lock. If you had a 2, you're going to be on a 6-month, and on a 3, you're going to be on a 12-month.
It's actually lock spelled out LOCK equals.
I gotta look at that still. Hold on.
On that note, I am going to head out, fellas. It has definitely been fun and a pleasure. I'm getting hounded here, and I need to go eat some dinner. Solid 5-hour stream for me. Still going strong there, Matt.
Appreciate you, Christopher. Yeah, we got to start wrapping up anyways. I'm gonna get Bug to go eat some dinner as well. So, appreciate it, Christopher.
Yeah.
Feel free to drop. Thanks for joining the chat.
I can
Of course.
just gotta
Later, guys.
Peace out. Dakanoth going hard. He's gonna lock it for a year. Like it. I like it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
No sweat. I'm just watching Node.js compile for the second time at 500 out of 1900 steps right now. This Nuck is humming in my ear over here. We'll get ClaudeBot up and running tomorrow, guys. That should be fun to play with, so you guys can see what it's like live.
This is really weird. My
early birds and the patient.
126. Why is that not showing up? It's missing the file. Super weird.
I think Shikara said he needed to test it as well. So I'm honestly like, I have no clue what kind of state it's in. But
yeah,
the docs
hold on.
should be ready
I got
to go.
it. It's just like not on my local. I don't know why. Just give me a second.
No sweat.
Looking for law. Parse password. Okay, we are doing a regex on lock, LOCK equals, no space.
Boom. Awesome. Got that right. Yeah, I think Shikara wants to test
0,
first.
you don't need to set. So 1 is 3 months, 2 is 6, and 3 is 12. The rates here, I want to say it's like 12% for the year, and then like 10-ish for the half a year.
Oh, Shikara provided a table as well.
Oh, you got a table?
Yeah, we had to make an update to the table. So I will tag you in it here.
Anyway,
So
if you're a
you can get
long-term
eyes on.
believer in the project, make yourself some more money.
There you go.
You're mining.
There you go.
Let's do it.
Let's go. I need
Yeah.
to figure out how to rent some hash rate. I need to do that. We got so much going on over here, guys. There's so many
So
opportunities.
so so renting hash rate seems to work reasonably well on mining rig rentals. Um,
Yeah.
if
Ton of
I'm
people.
against StrataMax, like it seems to actually. So what I do is I always like go for a short time rental first, and then
Hmm.
you can kind of make sure that the person you're renting from isn't gonna like give you shitty hash rate.
Right.
And the important piece is you got to set your D value correctly. Um, and so we kind of have some suggestions in Stratum. The interesting thing is you have to set your D value per worker. So if you get like a big rig that's like 10 petahash, there's no single ASIC that's like pumping out 10 petahash. So when you're actually renting, you're renting maybe like, I don't know, 10 or 20 like machines, and they
Uh,
all show up as different workers when they connect to StrataMax. So if you go to the worker view, you'll actually see how many workers you have in mining rig rentals. And say I have like the 10 petahash and 10 workers, I actually have 10 petahash machines. So I need to set my D thinking that I have a 1 petahash machine, basically.
makes
And if you
sense.
set that correctly, like you'll get efficient share production. And with StrataMax, I'm seeing 100% or better on nameplate for most of these things. So what I do is I rent for like 3 hours, make sure I can tune in the D how I like it, so that I'm getting good like hash rate. And then if I like that provider and they're giving me good hash rate, you just like extend your rental. But it kind of minimizes like your risk because you kind of like identify a good, you know, renter and unit, and you get tuned up, and you're only putting up a little bit of money, and then you like extend your rental, and there you go.
Boom. I just thought of like probably 5 or 6 different dick metaphors there, but
It's
that's
all about the
definitely
D,
work.
man.
It's
You
all
got to get
about
the
the D.
D. Got to
Yep.
put it in the right spot.
Test the tip before you go full length.
Adequate size. Got to size the D appropriately for the size of your rig. You know what I'm
There
saying?
you go. There you go.
Right.
Dakanov says he's got a pair of octaxes. Respect.
So like
Got
if
a
it's
D
like a
value.
if it's a small guy like that,
Hmm.
um, I think those are like what, like 10 T hash or something.
Yeah, he says one at 12 and another at 9.6. So if you
Yeah,
go to
yeah. So you
StrataMax,
you're gonna like probably want a D of like, I think the pool min on Shaw is 50K. So
okay,
um you can either omit the D, but you could probably just set your D to 50K for both of those is probably like good.
okay. So I'm showing on the screen here, guys, over at StrataMax, we give you a way to calculate this for yourself if you need to. You can just
Did we
enter your.
update that so it's like correct the language, or is it still
Yeah,
backwards?
it says set D based on average hash rate across all your workers, not based on the total hash rate. If you have 10 workers at 10, your example exactly.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, a ton of community members are using mining rig rentals and having a blast with it, experiencing a lot of success. The share tracker on StrataMax, everybody's a huge fan of. So I want to try it out, but there are so many opportunities over here at Quiet Network for, you know, name your pick what you want from the recipe. If you're a miner, node operator, builder, community member, content creator, so many opportunities for everybody over here. So just a lot going on. A lot going on. I'll get to it eventually. You might be able to see in the background. I also have some GPU rigs. I don't get cheap power, so they're just for testing. But maybe one of these live streams will connect to StrataMax and show you guys how that's done. But if you're new around here, definitely tune in to the Discord server. We'll be going live with Dr. K tomorrow for our weekly tech AMA. So if you have any more questions for him, tune in there. Dr. K, I gotta start to wrap this up. So any other thoughts or
Yeah, so
anything you want to
Stratum
share?
X, the evolution of Stratum X, we're working hard on. So I don't think we've like officially announced it. I have mentioned it a few times. Um, but basically, what's happening here is we are going to allow you to put in, say, like a different like elect to get, say, Bitcoin Cash instead of Quai. Now, if you choose to take Bitcoin Cash, we're still gonna like charge you probably like 30 bips, so 0.3%, kind of as like a pool fee for the service. But when you're doing that, the pool isn't us. The pool is technically the nodes in Quai Network. So the cool part here is this infrastructure that we have for SOAP basically allows Quai Network to be the CDN to and the mining quote unquote pool for all of the other blockchains. So we know we can't get 100% of SHA hash if we're forcing everyone to take Quai, but we would like 100% of SHA hash to secure the Quai network. So by giving that other option where you are just mining Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin, let's say, um, we give you that option, but that hash rate still secures the network and it actually makes a very decentralized pool, very similar to like Ocean. Um, but it's actually decentralized because it's running effectively in the future. It could run on any node in the network. So that's like where we're taking Stratum X, where Quai becomes the pool for every other proof of work mined network. And then we make money for it. And we use that to buy and burn Quai. And they secure our network with their hash rate.
Boom, boom, boom.
So
Heck yeah.
the game is revenue and the game is hash rate. And we want to maximize both.
100%.
So
Nice. Man, Dr. K, really appreciate you joining in, having this conversation with us. We're definitely going to do more late night streams, guys. So stay tuned for that. Just a couple quick shout outs in the chat before we start to wrap up. Dakanoth, we confirmed it is lock, spelled out LOCK, equals 3 for a 12-month lockup. Stay tuned for updates to the docs and Stratum X, where you'll be able to reference that real
so
soon.
it'd be lock is equal to 3. Yeah.
Yeah, LOCK equals 3.
Yep.
Um,
And I believe they're comma separated too as well, right?
yes. Yeah. Yeah. The
So
docs currently say
you'd put like D equal to, if you're doing your octax, I guess 50,000, comma lock is equal to 3.
bingo. Yep, he's got it. Nice. Also, just want to acknowledge the feedback. He wants some block notifications on his phone. So I was wondering if we have plans for Stratum X mobile app. That's not a bad idea.
You want to know what's pretty cool?
Hmm.
Like Alan likes to kind of get distracted on things sometimes, but he added this web view to Blip.
Right.
And the cool part is you can basically like access any of the like web applications for um Quai ecosystem stuff from
Yep.
the web app. So it
All the
basically
dApps.
means that like everything in Quai will inherently become mobile. So we're not like quite ready to publish it, but like it looks pretty slick.
Yeah.
And when we publish it, you're just gonna like be able to add all these different like web pages or apps that people can interact with. So it's gonna create like a very unified experience on mobile for everybody, which is gonna be super cool.
Heck yeah. Yeah, you might get tired of hearing it, but guys, we got a lot of opportunities for y'all to engage. We were talking about that on the Quiet Nation space earlier today. Everybody's super excited for the next release of Blip, our mobile wallet. Ambassadors have access to test site right now, so I expect that to come out real soon. Let's see here. There was something else I wanted to touch on. Double D, thanks for letting us know about that user that's having issues with Kipper. We'll rectify that. Interestingly, they were on Kipper at one point, so not really sure what's going on there. Looks like we might have lost Dr. K, but man, guys, it's been a day. Kraken announced the integration work is underway, so y'all are still early over here at Quiet Network, guys. I'm gonna wrap this up. It's been a great stream. It's been a great day. We made some progress on the multi-sig wallet. We installed Gentoo and Node.js on a new NUC so we can fire up CloudBot and give that a try. And yeah, just hanging with the community. It's been a good day. I think Dr. K is bullish on Project Soap like everybody else around here, and I think we all understand why. I'm just lining up numbers and knocking them down. So we'll be back tomorrow with Dr. K in a tech AMA at 11 a.m. Central, simulcasted from Discord to X. So if you want to join the chat and ask Dr. K some questions directly, be sure to join in over on Discord. If you're trying to get your hands on some quiet, guys, the easiest way to do so is to go sign up at Kipper Money. The QR code is on the screen, or just visit kipper.money and engage with us on X. We have an entire community that's been around for years that loves tipping anybody and everybody who talks about quiet on X. So make sure you go snag that if you want to earn a bag of quiet. If you need even more, we are traded on Mexi, Gate.io, and LBank. Kraken soon. You can swap those useless tokens for more useful ones over at SwapSpace and Let's Exchange. And we are in a post-soap world. The game is hash rate, but you're still early over here at Quiet Network. Really looking forward to chatting with you guys tomorrow in the AM and again in the afternoon back on this live stream. So follow the account. Here they are. I got some Quai branded Tangent wallets to give out. Let me stop sharing my screen so you guys can see this real quick. Can't grab these anywhere else, folks. All sold out. Never to be created ever again. But you can snag some here if you follow the account and share these streams. As soon as we hit 1,000 followers, we'll be doing some giveaways. So stay tuned for more. And I'll see you guys in the AM. Have a good night, everyone. High five. Good luck. Peace out.